throws, and Stewart Scott.
He's going to have an opportunity to try to lead a game-winning drive, and he'll have to start from inside his own 20-yard line after some good kickoff coverage by the Gophers after their field goal. We'll see if perhaps new coach Doug Marrone opts just to take this thing into overtime with the quarterback who is an old guy but young at the quarterback position, at least for the moment. Mark Richt and the Georgia Dogs in a few moments going into Stillwater to take on Oklahoma State.
Keep an eye on A.J. Green. He's a sophomore now. Last year he was a fabulous freshman. And Des Bryant, the receiver for Oklahoma State, he can do some things when he gets his hands on the football also.
And Richt has been sensational in true road games in his career at Georgia. 30-4 all time. All right, Matt Barkley's going to see a lot of blitzing from that Dick Tomey defense. Will it matter against San Jose State?
Oh, I don't think it's going to matter a whole lot on the outcome of the game. I think everybody's anxious to see how well Matt Barkley plays at quarterback. We know Southern Cal is going to be a great football team.
And coming up in a matter of moments here on ESPN, it'll be Missouri and Illinois. These have been some great shootouts in the last few years. No Chase Daniel this time for the Tigers this time around, but Illinois, they've got Juice Williams back. Illini, and not so great all-time in neutral site opening games. Now, Missouri and Illinois, one we're looking forward to, and there are a couple of guys sitting beside me who are also looking forward to the kickoff of the game in South Bend, Nevada, and Notre Dame.
Oh, I think it's going to be a one-sided game, but I do believe that Nevada will play well. But I think this is going to be a completely different Notre Dame football team. Offensive line will move the ball.
Coach, congratulations on going to the Hall of Fame this year. You know there's a Hall of Fame coach in this game? And it's not for Notre Dame. It's Chris Alt from Nevada. He'll have his team ready and fired up and ready to go. And the reason why, you look at their quarterback, Colin Kaepernick, he's passed for over 2,800 yards last year, 22 touchdowns. But the key is he's rushed for over 1,100 yards and 17 rushing touchdowns. He will be the best quarterback on the field today.
No, well, he may very well be. I just believe it. Folks, the Notre Dame bashers, you're over after this because Notre Dame's offensive line is going to impress you. Their running backs are going to impress you. We already know about the receivers and their quarterback, but I think you're also going to be impressed with Notre Dame's defense. They are very, very talented.
Notre Dame trying to turn it around, build some momentum after that trip to the Hawaii Bowl last year in which they got the victory. Jimmy Clausen had a big year, but Kaepernick, the first quarterback ever to throw for more than 2,500 yards and rush for 1,000 in the same season. They've got 3 guys on their team who've had 1,000-yard rushes.
You know, this is a great example. When you hear all these great recruiting stories, he had one scholarship offer for football, and that came 2 weeks just before signing date. He did have a couple baseball offers as a pitcher.
That he did. We'll keep an eye on that one for you, and also on the one coming up here on ESPN. Missouri and Illinois on the way. What's the key to the Missouri-Illinois game?
I think it's going to have to be Illinois not turning the football over. They expect this to be a great year. You know, you got Juice Williams, one of the best quarterbacks that really has been. The whole question is Missouri doesn't have many playmakers. How well is their defense going to play?
That's true. Missouri's lost a lot on the offensive side of the ball. Chase Daniel, he's done a great job throughout his career. Now he's with the Redskins. Jeremy Maclin got drafted by Philadelphia. But the bottom line is when you break this game down, you have to look at Illinois and their quarterback, Juice Williams. Throughout his career, he's been outstanding. And he's the Rodney Dangerfield of quarterbacks because all he's done is produce. He's taken his team to a Rose Bowl. He's made sure that he's the leader of this football team when he came in from a freshman. Yes, he's got some talent around him with Aurelius Ben, the wide receiver, but when the rubber meets the road and Illinois has a score, the ball goes to Juice Williams and he makes a play, whether it be on the ground or through the air. He is a quarterback that can get the job done. And I think for Illinois, he's got to handle the ball a lot today, and he's going to be the one that makes decisions for this Illinois offense. If they want to take the next step and contend with Penn State and Ohio State, he's the player that's going to have to do it for Illinois.
Must for Illinois.
Okay, 426 yards away from the Illini total offense record. We'll see if the Juice gets it. Syracuse, Minnesota in overtime on ESPN2.
This is Dick's Sporting Goods Kickoff Week.
The arch stands majestically as a symbol of the West. But for these two teams, Missouri and Illinois, two border states that simply don't like each other. So, St. Louis becomes the site of the renewal of their territorial rivalry. Missouri versus Illinois, coming up next. ESPN's presentation of college football is presented by Cars.com. Today from St. Louis, we bring you the State Farm Arch Rivalry game featuring the Big 12 Conference against the Big 10 Conference. Hi, everybody. Ron Franklin, and welcome to St. Louis. And if this game this afternoon is anything like the last four that have been played in the Edward Jones Dome, don't leave, because you're going to be packed with excitement this afternoon. Case in point, Juice Williams, the quarterback for Illinois last year, had 451 yards passing and 5 touchdowns. And miraculously, Illinois lost that ball game, which gives us an opportunity to look at the series, the rivalry recap, brought to you by State Farm. And you see it's the 23rd meeting. Missouri leads it 15-7, but they have not won. Illinois has not won against Missouri since 1896. Well, for our 4th year together, I'm happy to say that Ed Cunningham joins us on the telecast. And Ed, talking first of all about Illinois, a guy who wears number 7 and a guy who wears number 9, and that's where they're identified on campus in Champaign, really are electric.
And why don't we start numerically? We'll start with number 7. Juice Williams, such a fantastic talent. Last year was the leading passer in the Big Ten, comes back for his 4th year as a starter. They'd like to see him cut down on his interceptions, but he has a great target coming back in Aurelius Regis Ben. Ben last year with over 1,000 yards receiving. They will move him all over the field, punt returns, put him in the backfield because he is so good in the open field with the ball in his hands.
So as far as Missouri is concerned, they lost a lot of firepower. Kaufman is gone, Daniel is gone, Macklin is gone. Is the cupboard bare? Is everybody questioning?
That's what everyone wants to keep talking about. And Gary Pinkel and his staff are like, well, it's not like we stopped recruiting guys. But last year, after the Alamo Bowl, they got good news when Sean Weatherspoon said he was coming back for his senior year, if not the best, one of the best linebackers in the country. And it was last year against Illinois that everybody in the country figured out who number 12 was when he had 2 interceptions in the 4th quarter against Illinois. Illinois was coming back, and this was the key one. Steals it away from the receiver, takes it back for a touchdown. A young man who played mostly wide receiver in high school showed that he had great hands. What a wonderful talent Weatherspoon is.
So in the tunnel, you can see Illinois, Missouri, and Illinois, and we are moments away from the opening kickoff. And in fact, the last 2 ball games have been really exciting and high-scoring affairs. The Illinois and Missouri captains are at midfield. So as we continue to look at Ron Zook and the Illinois Fighting Illini, I think what happened is somebody started the game clock a little bit late, a little recalcitrant here in the opening week of football. So the reason the fans are sitting here waiting for the teams to take the field is the clock has not hit the magic number just as yet. And here comes Illinois. So coming up, the opening kickoff, and as we mentioned, the last 2 ball games have been really exciting and high-scoring affairs.
Sometimes being there means helping you afford everything a true fan needs. That's why State Farm has so many ways to save. So there's more for the little things.
This Labor Day, come into any Chick-fil-A from 10:30 a.m. to close wearing your favorite sports team logo and get a free chicken sandwich.
Struggling with credit card debt? Are you worried about making your monthly payments? Stop the harassing calls. Legally reduce your debt. Feel the freedom of debt-free living. Call the Financial Future Network now and secure your family's future today.
Great look at downtown St. Louis, Missouri. And of course, with St. Louis, it means the arch right on the banks of the mighty Mississippi. And also another landmark that is very, very famous here in St. Louis is the Union train station. State Farm arch rivalry game. It is Missouri taking on Illinois from the Edward Jones Dome here in St. Louis. Well, the late call, and Missouri has taken the field. As you look at Gary Pinkel putting on his headset, and the Tigers now gaining their spot on the sideline. And something we might mention, it is before we go to the kickoff here, is the fact that if you look on the sidelines and say, wow, Missouri's got a lot more kids over there than does Illinois. Explain this.
Well, the Big Ten only allows teams to travel 70 kids to away games. And the Big 12 does not have that same rule. So Missouri, of course, only a couple of hours away. Both schools couple hours away. They brought their almost their entire roster. So it will look like the numbers are a bit off this afternoon.
Good look at Ron Zook. And in fact, Illinois has won the toss, and they do not defer. They're going to receive the football, and with what you talked about offensively, I'm not surprised. Are you?
Not at all. We got a new offensive coordinator, and Mike Schultz took over for Mike Loxley, who took the head coaching job at New Mexico, and Ron Zook with a 4-year starting quarterback, a senior in Juice Williams. Why not get those guys out there? You expect them maybe to be a little calmer than your defense, who had several people to replace coming into this season.
Well, it's a good look at Juice Williams on the sideline as he prepares. And one of the men that will be a major part of his arsenal is on the field back at a deep safety, and that's Aurelius Ben, who wears number 9. You can see him on the far sideline. A.J. Jenkins to the near side. Both of these gentlemen extremely dangerous, as the officials are from the Big 12 Conference. 10 Mills to kick it off. High spinner. This will be Aurelius Ben from the 5. Bounces outside and will take it across the 25-yard line.
Number 9, Aurelius Ben.
So our quarterback profile, Juice Williams. They called him a 4-year starter. Actually, it's what, 3.5.
Yep.
And he is from Chicago, Illinois. Led the Big Ten in total offense last year. I mentioned 451 yards and 5 touchdowns in this ball game here last season. Empty backfield, 5 wide receivers. Complete. That's going to be good for the first down. And there is Faison, a young man we'll talk a lot about today. Number 11, a junior out of Tampa, a transfer from the University of Florida.
And it looks like Illinois is going to try to go fast here, pick up the tempo early. I'm a fan of the fast tempo. Get that defense tired with all that adrenaline in them right now.
First down in the initial play. Handoff goes to Jason Ford. Jason actually is listed as the number 2 tailback, but he is starting because of Daniel Dufresne and an injury to his ankle. Baston is there to make the tackle. And Ford, by the way, is a youngster who is from St. Louis.
Ford, a young man at 230 pounds, had a great game last year against Indiana, over 170 yards rushing. And 230-pounder, good in between the tackles runner.
Second down. Rides his running back, fakes it, throws it out in the flat, and that is Ben. And Ed, take us through the impact players for the Fighting Illini.
Well, you start with a huge tight end, 6'5", 270-pound Michael. Say it with me. Oma Nawanui. Good hands, 25 catches last year, no job. Jason Ford, you already mentioned. Dufresne maybe out. Ford, a very big back. And then Faison, we've already seen involved. He was recruited by Ron Zook to Florida, won a national championship there in 06. Sat out last season after his transfer.
So the first third down situation in the afternoon, and for the Illini, they need to take it to the 49-yard line. Linebackers creeping up, and now they stay at home. Williams throws it complete near sideline, and that is Chris Duvall, who is not only going to have the first down, he'll take it down to the 42.5-yard line. Kevin Rutland defensively.
And Juice Williams looks very comfortable, doesn't he? I think that was a nice choice. Win the toss, get him out there. He looks on rhythm. Mike Schultz, who came up from TCU, a really nice hire, is doing a nice job calling this early.
Look who's in the ball game already. Justin Green, a true freshman who was scheduled to go to Ohio State, and he committed to them, is at Illinois, and he is a flyer. He's a track guy, but he's not going to be able to find track room on this one right here. He came out of the blocks, and right there defensively, a couple of big defensive linemen. Dominic Hamilton was the first man to make the hit on Green. So they have 4 running backs listed. He is number 5, and to be in this early on the first series, it says what the head coach thinks about his potential.
Well, and it shows you what type of recruiter Ron Zook is. Gets a young man out of Kentucky, 2-time 100-meter champion in the state of Kentucky, putting him right to work.
Loss of 1, so it's 2nd and 11. Opening series if you just joined us. Williams, short drop, and the pass off the mark to the near sideline. And Ed, let's talk about your game plan for this afternoon.
A couple of things that both of these teams need to be focused on offense and defensively. We'll start with Illinois. Move Ben around. You know that Missouri's going to look for him. Move around backfield, everything. I think they need to attack the outside for Missouri defensively. Adjust to that motion of Ben and discipline rush lanes, because we all know Juice Williams, when he pulls it down, can really go.
3rd down, line to make the 32. Good protection by that offensive front. Zings it in the flat and almost intercepted, and that was Carl Geddes, who was the only returning regular in that secondary for the Tigers. He played a little cat and mouse and almost got the pick.
Boy, he sure did. And watch how long Juice Williams looks over to his right. Great protection by the offensive line, just a 4-man rush. Williams set his feet, and Geddes was sitting over there lying in the weeds. A guy who lost 15 pounds, Geddes did. Looks like he's gotten a little quicker than he was in a disappointing sophomore year last year.
Anthony Santella Jr. gets the punt away, and it's a wobbly, almost an end over end. Fair catch is called for and made at the 7-yard line by Geddes. So let's take a look at a quarterback profile of a young man who probably dreamed of it but never thought it would happen, and that is to start his first collegiate game in his own backyard in St. Louis. 6'5", 240. Don't be fooled by the size. He has escapability, doesn't he?
And you're going to see a lot of quarterback runs, and I think a little more stretch the field type of throws. Gabbert, a much stronger arm than Chase Daniel.
Derek Washington thrown for a loss, knocked down at around the 4-yard line. You know, as I think now, Missouri's going to go quick as well. They have an abundance of wide receivers and more as far as numbers that will play. And so the offensive, particularly David Yost, the coordinator, says we're going to get it going quicker. Loss of 3 on that play, though. Alexander, DeMarco Alexander almost broke it big as he takes it out across the 20-yard line, and it's a gain of 18 yards. So who said there's a problem with a 2nd down and long inside your own 5?
And Denario Alexander, a young man that they are so happy to come back. 2007 in this game, he broke his wrist. He's had 3 knee surgeries. Looks pretty good.
Gabbert going to run an option, runs it into the boundary, and then has his feet taken out from under him quickly after a pickup of 4. And it's Hardiman who's there to make the stop.
Well, we mentioned the new offensive coordinator at Illinois. David Yost takes over. Dave Christensen took off and went to Wyoming to be the head coach. You're seeing a lot of the same stuff that Yost talked about. Run plays for Gabbert, a few more than they had last year for Chase Daniel.
Gabbert throws his pass complete, and that is Denario Alexander. Let's take a look at the impact players for the Missouri Tigers.
Well, we know all the guys who are gone, so let's start getting to know some of these guys. Well, we've already gotten to see Denario Alexander, Derek Washington, 225-pounder with great hands, maybe the best on the team. But the other guy to look for in that backfield is Devin Moore. Gary Pinkel says with those two backs, that's the best 1-2 punch at running back we've ever had since I've been here, and he got here 9 years ago.
A lot of variety as far as those two guys are concerned. Third down and short. Again, they run that option play into the boundary, and Derek Washington is going to have the first down as he crosses the 35. DeRay Hicks, a senior out of Roanoke Valley, Virginia, is there to make the tackle.
And if you're going to run this option, it's all about outside blocking. That time, Wes Kemp is going to do an excellent job on the edge.
Well, play action, and the quarterback's going to keep it. And we'll see how much escapability, and just what I said. For a young fellow who is 6'5", 240 pounds, the pursuit angle put on by the defensive back, Bellamy, was totally wrong.
And I really like early on what David Yost is doing with his young quarterback. You mentioned, Ron, that he's a local product making his first start, only his second year in college. Played last year as a true freshman. They said he's obviously not as fast as Brad Smith was, but faster than Chase Daniel, somewhere in between. Getting some of those butterflies out by running the ball, I think, is a very good plan.
Tigers across midfield for the first time. Throws this one a short pass to Perry. Jared Perry going to be tackled inside the 45, and a marker is down. Tavon Wilson making the play, and I believe we may have a face mask.
Personal foul, face mask. Number 3, defense. 15-yard penalty, automatic first down.
Remember last year they got rid of the incidental face mask, so this one is only if the head turns.
And
well, and that looked incidental to me by Tavon Wilson. I'm not sure how you get 15 yards out of that.
You know what? Also, you can't tackle with your hand inside the headgear.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, they're supposed to just blow it off, though, unless that head really turns. But, you know, safety first, I guess.
From the 30-yard line, pressure by Illinois. Puts it up for grabs, and a very dangerous pass by Blaine Gabbard. I mean, he put that one up there so somebody might have picked it off and gone 65 for a touchdown. It was Corey Leggett who was there putting the pressure on.
Watch the center Barnes slide. He thinks he's going to get help. He gets no help by his right guard, Gregory, and therefore you have a free man running in, Corey Legit. And that's a dangerous throw, though. If you see pressure, take the sack. Don't throw that up in the air.
2nd and 10. Quick out pass into the flat. Got it to Alexander. Denario fighting his way, and he is close to the first down. I think he's going to miss it by a half yard as Ian Thomas finally got him to the turf. And you see where the yellow line is. He's about a half a yard shy.
And now 3rd and short. Look for Alexander at 6'5" with a 46-inch vertical jump. I wouldn't be surprised if he's a guy they might throw a jump ball to here instead of just trying to pick up that foot.
Isn't that amazing? 47 inches to go with a 6'5" frame. Even if you got a 6'2" or a 6'3" corner, which most teams don't, as they go straight ahead with the quarterback sneak. He puts up a situation that you almost got to interfere with him.
Well, you'd rather do that than give up a touchdown sometimes. But Gary Pinkel, for the first time in his 8 years at Missouri, had some staff changeover. Is Matt Eberflus, the defensive coordinator. Oh boy, that's Aurelius Ben being walked off the field. Arguably the best player coming back in the Big Ten. Let's see if we can get a report on that.
ESPN.com in their preseason selections selected him as the offensive player of the year for 09 in the Big Ten. And you're right. They got to see number 9 come back out of that tunnel okay. Or well enough to play anyway. Here comes pressure. Runs into his own man and now throws it away. And
well, that's grounding. He was still in the tackle box. And
Pilcher is the man who had him. And now here comes the play.
That's a good call. That's the right call.
Intentional grounding.
You know, I think he was
offense.
Talking with the line judge or the linesman who
2nd down.
to make sure to say, hey, was he outside the tackle box or not? And he was not.
Tackle box is now, it's a new rule this year. It's 5 yards outside of the center because now offensive lines are messing with their splits and everything. So they just made the rule and said, okay, it's 5 yards from the center. And Gabbard, pressure right now, he doesn't look real calm when there's pressure in the pocket.
Well, Devin Moore in the ball game, and he will take it to the left side for a very short gain. So it's going to be 3rd down. They got to go all the way to the 8-yard line for the first.
And another guy that was lost for Missouri, we talk about Chase Daniel, Kaufman, Macklin, but Jeff Wolfert, the most accurate kicker in the history of college football when you combine PATs and field goals, no longer here. Grant Russell, they've never seen him. They've seen him in practice, but I don't think they'd be comfortable here with a field goal if they don't pick up 8 or 10 yards.
On third down, here comes a blitz. Got a man wide open because of it. Not enough for the first down, but Denario Alexander has at least made the kicker breathe easier, because this attempt will be from closer to 30 yards than it was going to be 40 plus.
And that's where you start to see Blaine Gabbert's arm strength. You mentioned the blitz coming right into his face, falling backwards. That was a pretty long throw to Denario Alexander. That's what they talked about. One of the strongest arms they've ever seen the coaching staff from Missouri Gabbert has.
So Grant Russell, you can see he's a sophomore from Jackson, Missouri. Left hash mark, plenty of distance on this one, and the Tigers are on the board first. 7:23 left in the opening quarter. Missouri 3-zip.
Hey, it's Jimmy Football. Hey, do you know what's wrong with your cooler? I'll tell you what, it's not a grill. I want you to say hello to the Bud Light Grueler. It's a grill and a cooler. Ring, 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 ring. It's the future. Are we here? I think we are.
It's a grill and a cooler?
It's a grueler.
Tailgate approved.
Papa John wants everyone to know why our pizza's better, so he's bringing it right to you.
Papa's in the house.
Your pizza completes my life. It's the story of my life, and I love it.
Introducing Papa John's new fresh dough Cinnapie, drizzled with white icing and baked to perfection. For a limited time, get a new Cinnapie free when you buy a large 2-topping pizza for just $11.99.
Better pizza, Papa John's.
What do most quarterbacks do when they bust a finger? Go on the IR. Tony Romo, he goes and airs it out for 341 yards, and you missed it? Because you were at a baby shower on Sunday afternoon? Newsflash, Chief. With DirecTV, you can watch any game you want, wherever you are, right here on this bad boy. Who's up for a baby shower now, huh?
Watch your team wherever you are and get 5 months of our best TV package for free. Call 1-800-DIRECTV.
I'm Dr. Love. This is Dr. Pepper Cherry. It has a kiss of cherry flavor. This devilish elixir has a kiss of cherry.
Dad, it's not kiss. It's kiss of cherry. It's amazingly smooth. Be smooth.
Dr. Pepper Cherry is amazingly smooth. Trust me, I'm a doctor.
College football in high definition is presented by Vizio.
Missouri 3-0 on the strength of the field goal. So, Ed, from what you've seen, each team of the series, little evaluation here early, halfway through the first quarter.
I liked how Juice Williams came out calm. Had one kind of off throw where he didn't set his feet, but early on, Gabbert, he's showing what we expected with that strong arm. He needs to get a little calmer in the pocket when things fall apart. Don't make mistakes. Grounding almost to an interception that could have gone the other way. But right now, pretty clean ball game, really, especially for Missouri when you have a quarterback starting for the first time and a bunch of young kids as well.
I'm going to tell you something, Ed. I look back at the two deep receivers, and A.J. Jenkins is back there again, but Troy Pollard has had to join him because Aurelius Ben is still in the locker room being attended to. This is a much better kick. This is going to be 2 yards deep in the end zone, and they're going to replace it or return it, and it's Pollard, 20, 25, and out to the 28-yard line. Well, tonight in ABC, top 10 powerhouses Alabama and Virginia Tech collide in the Chick-fil-A kickoff game presented by Southwest Airlines. The Chick-fil-A kickoff game, a part of Dick's Sporting Goods kickoff at 8 Eastern, Pacific, 5 o'clock on the left coast.
Now, we've got an injury in our ball game. We'll try to get a report on Aurelius Ben. But, of course, Virginia Tech lost Darren Evans, an all-ACC type of running back, so alters that ball game tonight.
Well, the fourth running back for Illinois on the field. This is LaShore. Mikel LaShore, number 5, a sophomore out of Champaign. And they throw it. Complete, gain of about 5. And let's check back with Reese Davis in Bristol. Reese.
Hello, Ron. Hello, Ed. Minnesota and Syracuse earlier today on ESPN2. What a great game. Overtime. Greg Paulus had a memorable debut, but he'd like to forget this play. It's in overtime. 3rd down. Paulus heaves one into traffic. It's picked off. And Syracuse no opportunity to kick a field goal. Taco Bell Studio Update will show you that Eric Elstad in his first game for Minnesota is the hero. Gophers win it by 3.
So we are back here in St. Louis, and Chris DeVault, one of the wide receivers, takes it on an end around, and he is smacked down very, very hard. And a reminder, Ron Franklin, along with Ed Cunningham, coming to you from the Edward Jones Dome in St. Louis, Missouri. 6 minutes and 23 seconds showing in this opening quarter, and it's 3-0. The Tigers of the Big 12 Conference leading the Illini from the Big 10. Third down, line to make is the 38. Cumberland in motion. Lots of times for Juice. Looking, still looking, and he just throws this one away. Now, I'll tell you, it's Coulter with the pressure, but what you got to give credit to, this offensive line has been like a wall. They gave up so many sacks last year, a total of what, 25 sacks. And that's not the problem. Give credit to the secondary of the Missouri Tigers. They've got receivers covered.
Well, you've got to think that Juice Williams is really missing Aurelius Ben. They've become very good friends. They work together the entire offseason. Ben, from what we can tell, still in the locker room.
Now another wobbly spiral, not going to turn over, and Geddes with a fair catch back at the 25.
40-yard clock.
Timeout. 5:45 left. Opening quarter. Tigers by 3.
Some say David Abernathy's extraordinary confidence began at birth, when he congratulated the doctor on a perfect delivery. He later approached the much older Carrie Pecor and simply said, "Call me." And she did. At 24, he performed open-heart surgery in a crowded opera house with a ballpoint pen. But when it comes to car buying, he's as nervous as anyone. So at 28, David Abernathy used Cars.com to regain his confidence to get the perfect car at the perfect price.
Hey, Ben Roethlisberger.
Those Nike Air Marauder Ds you got there let you show your team colors. They're also lightweight and help you be agile. Which is crucial when you're moving around in the pocket. Got it?
Yeah, man.
The Nike Air Marauder D cleats only at Dick's Sporting Goods. Better athlete, better team.
People hang on his every word, even the prepositions. He could disarm you with his looks or his hands. Either way, he can speak French, in Russian. He is the most interesting man in the world.
I don't always drink beer, but when I do, I prefer Dos Equis. Stay thirsty, my friends.
2 for 1. What a deal.
Buy Guitar Hero 5 in September, and you'll also get the unreleased Guitar Hero Van Halen. Over 130 tracks, all kinds of rock. T for Team.
I know exactly what I'm getting. No menu needed.
Have you heard about our never-ending pasta bowl?
Wait a minute.
The never-ending pasta bowl with new sauces like our creamy Parmesan Florentine. Choose all the sauce and pasta combinations you want for just $8.95 at Olive Garden.
The State Farm Arch Rivalry Game is presented by Cars.com, where confidence comes standard, and in part by Dick's Sporting Goods. Every season starts at Dick's.
Well, the St. Louis Zoo, those Tigers looked rather menacing, didn't they? And they've been pretty menacing on offense so far with a brand new quarterback.
Even with some breakdowns in protection, they moved it down the field pretty well. And one thing you've got to watch with a young quarterback, even though Gabbert played a little bit last year, this is just so much different than what he was used to in high school, and he's going to have to get better under pressure. That one could have been an interception going the other way. This one, he's just not quite sure where to bounce out. Know where your protection is set up, know where you can roll out, where maybe you're going to have some help, and he'll start to get there with that.
Devin Moore, the fake, and quarterback's going to take it out to around the 40-yard line, and Blaine Gabbert is serving notice. Fellas, you're going to have to defend 11 people on this offense.
And 6'5", 240 pounds. And you can see he's a long strider. He doesn't look like he's fast, but he gains a lot of ground with each stride, and showing some moves in open space as well.
Well, I would say that the butterflies are gone. Derek Washington goes to the left side. Had an outstanding game here last year. And he'll have about 4 on this one. And again, Ian Thomas, I think that's 3 tackles for him so far in the ball game. The sophomore out of Berwyn Heights, Maryland, number 20 or number 38 for the Fighting Illini. Primetime games tonight, 7 o'clock, 8 and 10. And I'll tell you what, that Alabama-Virginia Tech game, anxious to see just how good the Tide is on defense. And I think the answer to that is pretty good. It's going to be real good. Now Clay Nurse, number 97. He rotates with Antonio James at that defensive end spot. Was rocking back and forth and came across a little quickly.
Snap. Offside, number 97, defense. 5-yard penalty, still second down.
And now as kids go to campus, let's look at Back on Campus, brought to you by the movie Sorority Row.
Everybody around the Big 12 saying that there's no way Missouri can be back-to-back-to-back Big 12 North. I happen to think they can, and Juice Williams, unbelievable when you think about it, but the returning leader, career rushing leader, active in the Big Ten coming back. Of course, Evan Royster's probably going to surpass him here soon enough, but pretty amazing.
Very short gain on this play by Washington. Ian Thomas again with a tackle for the Illini. And you might be thinking, do they have more than one number 38 on defense out there? That's the way he's playing, I'll tell you. And Martez Wilson, we have not mentioned his name yet, and he is the bell cow, number 2.
Ian Thomas, it's really his first action beyond special teams. And Martez Wilson, the only linebacker coming back for Illinois that had any level of experience.
Third down and very short. They go from the shotgun. And they take it right up the middle, and Washington got a slow start, and then with a second effort, he's going to have the first down. I was a little surprised he didn't continue to churn and take it on up in there quicker.
Illinois doing a really nice job so far up front. The only runs that have really hurt him have been quarterback runs, but the defensive line doing a good job. You can see they're not getting pushed off the ball very much. They're staying square to the line. I think they're doing an excellent job of filling in those holes. Washington hasn't been able to find much so far.
It's Agnew who came sprinting on at the last moment, number 82. Fakes it to Moore. Got a man wide open near sideline. Blown coverage right there. And it's going to be a touchdown for Wes Kemp. Wes Kemp said to be the most improved receiver in camp.
Well, Dante Hardiman, the safety, just completely out of position. You could see Tavon Wilson, the cornerback, throw his hands up. He was expecting Hardiman to be there in deep coverage, and just a bad angle and out of position safety. That's an easy one.
10-0 Tigers. We'll take a break.
Whoa, welcome to Taco Bell.
$1.99? 2 half-pounders, please.
To be honest, Mr. Holyfield, even someone your size only needs one.
Yeah, but I'm taking my mama to lunch.
Just one and you're done. Taco Bell's new $1.99 half-pounders. Whoa, featuring the new Nacho Crunch Burrito. For just $1.99, you get double the seasoned beef and all the good stuff. Think outside the bun.
Hey, we're ready.
What are you guys doing?
Hey, Chris. Herbie here put his favorite Alabama plays together for our pregame video.
Can we check it out?
Sure.
Hi, my name's Kirk. My friends call me Salsa Boy, and this is my submission tape for Dancing with the Stars.
What's wrong? This so wrong.
I just love to get down.
Go, Salsa Boy.
Get down. How did that get in here?
Think you know? Text CGD to 43776. ESPN College Game Day, built by the Home Depot. Saturdays at 10 a.m.
Nothing in my line of work is ever what it seems to be.
They are invisible when needed, discreet as requested, precise as expected, and all for hire.
I'm Harlan Judd. I'm a private investigator. We're going to be following you forever, I guess.
The world of espionage just got another set of eyes.
Go.
Eyes premieres September 15th on Channel 101.
We're back.
This isn't an ordinary race.
This year's going to be better than ever.
25 champion drivers.
You can't miss this.
On dirt, bragging rights on the line.
Tony got lucky last year.
This is the prelude.
We're on a new mission. Help us support military families and injured soldiers. We're all in this together. The 5th annual Prelude to the Dream. New charity, same race. Wednesday, September 9th.
Don't miss it. Live on DirecTV pay-per-view, Channel 121.
Welcome back to the State Farm Arch Rivalry game, where our score is the Missouri Tigers 10 and the Fighting Illini of Illinois nothing. We have 3:02 left to play in his opening quarter.
And coming into this season, everybody in Illini territory knew all about Juice Williams, but the question for Missouri was, who's this Blaine Gabbert guy?
I can tell you right now, around the Big 12 Conference, there are either assistant coaches who are getting to watch a little bit of this game, or maybe even a head coach who plays later, and they're saying right now, dadgummit, this kid's pretty good.
Yeah. And it just goes to show both of these coaches, Ron Zook and Gary Pinkel, have both done wonderful jobs recruiting. So you lose a guy like Chase Daniel, you replace him with one of the best high school quarterbacks in the country in Blaine Gabbert. You see all the talent in Illinois. Both of these guys have done a great job of building up their rosters.
Now this is Tanner Mills with the kick. And this one will go to the 1-yard line. And this is going to be Jenkins. Right up the middle. 25 and out to the 26. And let's check in with Reese Davis and Oklahoma State. Who's playing quarterback for whom?
Ron, let me tell you, Joe Cox is playing for Georgia. Georgia with a touchdown. Cox to Mikey Moore, 10-play, 80-yard drive. And right now, just the first quarter, Georgia is obliterating Oklahoma State on the line of scrimmage, but it's only 7-0. Time for the Pokes to get their sea legs. Michigan just got a scintillating touchdown run from the freshman Denard Robinson, 14-0 over Western. The Irish up by a touchdown after one.
Okay, Reese, great job as usual. Under 3 minutes to play in his opening quarter, and Juice and company starting from deep in their own territory, and straight ahead with the carry, and Williams will take it to around the 34-yard line.
And I think with Aurelius Ben out, we don't have a report yet, we're trying to get that. The ball is going to be in this young man's hands. Obviously, we know he can throw it, we know he can run it. Wouldn't be surprised if Mike Schultz starts to go to a little more of that zone read, getting those running backs involved. Your best receivers out. You still have some depth, but I think it all falls on number 7's shoulders if Ben can't come back.
I'll tell you something, that might be good formula because it also would keep the Missouri offense off the field as the ball is pitched back, and that's plenty enough for the first down. So,
and there's an option right there.
Yeah, Pollard with the carry. Hard to see his number because he has not been. He has not had his hair cut in a long time, and
but I just keep doing it. Just continue to try to confuse Missouri with Juice Williams. He's a great ball faker. You burn a little clock. I think you're exactly right, Ron. You don't want to see the white jerseys on offense coming back out right now.
Listen, just what the doctor ordered would be a 6, 7, 8-minute drive. Long as you get points, and as I said, it would keep the Tigers off the field. Williams going to step up and run, and he's got a little space. Across the 45 to the 46, and that is Gachkar, Andrew, a junior out of Overland Park, Kansas, making the tackle for the Tigers.
And Gachkar was in position, but Juice Williams is so good in the open field. He doesn't have incredible top end speed. He's not a 4.4, 4.5 guy, but he's so good his first couple of steps. He actually made a move about 5 yards before Gachkar, which gave him a better angle to pick up that much yardage.
option play. They pitch it back to Pollard, and he's going to take it inside the 40-yard line. They'll say out of bounds at the 39. Well, we visited with Sean Weatherspoon, the great linebacker for the Tigers yesterday, and we asked him about stopping the juice.
It doesn't start with me. It starts with our first 4 guys up front. We got to get some pressure on him. You know, we want to disrupt him a little early and try to, you know, get some of those balls that he's throwing out there, and hopefully we can contain him, keep him on the inside, and I think it'll be a pretty good day for us.
Well, still another running back into the ball game for the Fighting Illini. Mikel LaShore comes back in. They fake it to him. Williams has a man open. What a catch at the 15-yard line. Faison. Jared Faison, the junior transfer out of the University of Florida, is right there with a great body lean and brings it in.
And it all started up front. You heard Weatherspoon talking about needing the front 4 to get pressure. They've done nothing. And this ball delivered on time for a 24-yard catch. And Faison, you know, Ron Zook yesterday told us he was a little nervous. Young man hasn't played since November of 2007 at the University of Florida. He's usually a talker. Said he was awfully quiet on the bus ride down, but he's made a couple of nice plays early.
Yeah, tell him not to talk to him. He plays this way. Exactly. He brings a lot to the ball game. Straight ahead is Pollard. And that is going to take us to the end of the quarter with a gain of 2. So as we go to the quarter break, it is Missouri 10-0 over Illinois.
It's time to blow it up, time to lock and load, time to take the field, time to start the show. This is our moment. This is our
time. This drill here has definitely enhanced my my separation coming out of the breaks, and also when I'm full speed and I'm being able to run away from guys.
This is called horizontal pushing. It's going to help increase Larry's top end speed. So in the Super Bowl, when you saw him take that post to the house, it allowed him to sustain that for a longer period of time.
This drill forces you to overstride. And that's why a lot of our guys are able to maintain their top end speed.
This next one we're going to do is a vertical. Now this is teaching them how to just explode straight up. 36 inches, explode. And this is 48 inches. Step up.
Whatever he tells me to do, I'm going to do. If he puts 10 boxes up here, I probably won't be able to do it, but I'll give it my best, though.
This sweat spot was brought to you by EAS. No matter how you work out, you're not done until you finish with EAS Myoplex.
Introducing the new great-tasting EAS Myoplex Nutrition Shake with 25 grams of protein, reformulated to help more athletes refuel, build lean muscle, and give their more.
This is El Sereno. This is the hood right here. I sell tires for a living. I slang rubbers. Everybody that's here, they work really hard. We don't have a board of rules here at the shop. It's me, not a franchise. I see myself as a good role model in the neighborhood, trying to be there for the kids. How's everything good? This is something my parents established. This is my dad. Maybe I can keep it going strong, you know? But I don't think the tires keep me in business. I think the people keep me in business. For me, that. Right there, circle that.
Well, if you want to sing out, sing out. And if you want to be free, be free. 'Cause there's a million things to be, you know that there are. And if you want to be me, be me. And if you want to be you, be you.
T-Mobile presents the first phone that becomes 100% you. The new MyTouch 3G with Google, only from T-Mobile.
Saturday Night Football on ABC. Alabama, Virginia Tech, tonight at 8 Eastern.
Monday, the longest day of the week, which gives you time to reflect on your unfortunate job history.
It looks like a villain from a soap opera.
But with Monday comes Monday Night Football on ESPN. which is the closest you'll ever get to your dream job.
What? I cut the sleeves off because it looks awesome. Get your head in the game.
So keep that day job, because on Monday nights, football does all the work.
First quarter stats, 134-97. Mizzou on top there. Yards after the catch. That's impressive.
Yeah, a lot of screens, guys getting in space, and also the quarterback, Gabbert, hitting guys on time, so they can run with the ball after the catch.
Pollard and LaShore are the running backs. It's second down. The line to make is the 5-yard line. Juice Williams. Option, fakes the pitch inside the 10, and he's down to around the 8-yard line as Aldon Smith finally will put a stopper on him.
And if you're just tuning in, and you're going to see Juice Williams running the ball a little more. Aurelius Ben is out of the game. He left after the first series. We have not gotten a report, but this is they finally got a drive going, and it's the new offensive coordinator Mike Schultz for Ron Zook putting the ball in the hands of number 7. Juice Williams and Aurelius Ben took this team over during the offseason, so let this senior quarterback do it down here.
And this is the 8th play of the drive. Power I formation. Sweep to the right side is going to be short. That's only a gain of about 1, and it was Faison that they gave the ball to. The wide receiver who was lined up part of the power formation to the outside, and Guinness came over to make a tackle on him.
A little conservative there. You know, you run straight ahead. You've been having some success with some misdirection with your quarterback. I would have rather had that ball in the hands of the quarterback.
Well, the holder is Santella, and Matt Eller will attempt this field goal from the 14-yard line, 24-yard attempt, and he's got it. So 10-3 our new score as the Illini gets on the board.
We all have confidence. We all have doubt. But when the moment comes, what's gonna win? Here's to confidence.
I've been dreaming, I'm dreaming.
Gillette helps you look, feel, be your best. Gillette, the best a man can get.
The after party is the one you want to attend. Stay thirsty, my friends.
This Labor Day, come into any Chick-fil-A from 10:30 a.m. to close wearing your favorite sports team logo and get a free chicken sandwich.
1759. To Arthur Guinness for 250 years. To Arthur.
To Arthur! To Arthur! To Arthur! To Arthur!
Join the worldwide celebration with the Guinness 250 Anniversary Stout, available for a limited time only.
Never before has the gecko been captured on film talking about RV insurance.
So, you guys travel a lot. You should check out Geico and get a free rate quote on RV insurance.
This is truly history in the making.
You can also get a rate quote on motorcycle insurance, ATV insurance, personal watercraft insurance.
Sounds good. Excuse me, I'm up here.
Geico, saving you money on insurance for your car and the other stuff that moves you.
Buffalo Wild Wings presents the top 30 plays of the last 30 years. Number 30, trailing by 1 with seconds remaining, Iowa senior Warren Holloway picked a clutch time for his only collegiate touchdown.
And it's time! 10, 5, touchdown! Holloway! Oh my! And they're on the field! The clock has expired!
Follow the top 30 countdown all season long. Brought to you by Buffalo Wild Wings.
By the way, that Capital One Bowl was Nick Saban's final game as LSU's head coach before leaving for the Miami Dolphins. And play number 29 is going to be revealed next Saturday at 3:30 Eastern.
And whatever happened with that Nick Saban guy?
I think you're going to see him tonight against a gentleman named Beamer. And that game will be in the Georgia Dome down in Atlanta.
Two of the finest coaches in college football going at it tonight.
Remind me, I got a story about Coach Beamer and Ron Zook. They used to coach together at Murray State. Don't let me forget that. I want to mention that. This kick, a high spinner, going to come down short at the 12 to Simmons. And Simmons runs into a wall. Well, did you know Missouri was only one of 2 schools in the NCAA to have a first-round draft pick in the NFL, Major League Baseball, and also the NBA draft?
Well, they had 2 first-round picks. Of course, Ziggy Hood went to Pittsburgh. Jerry Maclin went to Philadelphia. Missouri, 6 draft picks last year into the NFL, most of any school in the Big 12.
I think you went ahead and answered it. I think we're supposed to let him think about that. Out in the flat, that's more. Catches it, then runs into traffic, and it's going to go for short yardage.
You know, it's interesting, Ron, you were talking about the missed tackles in last year's game. So far, Illinois, I think, has been tackling very well. Co-coordinators, Kurt Mallory and Dan Dish. Dish, of course, coaches the linebackers, Mallory the defensive backs. But they've been pretty good in space so far when they're there. It's that one blown coverage, I think, that's really bothering them.
By the way, something that is really impressive for the young quarterback. In the first, the 2 Missouri scoring drives as he throws that one behind the intended receiver, Perry.
And that's a good flag.
Yeah, they don't agree, but Hardiman.
Yep.
Let me finish this point, and we'll talk more. The 2 scoring drives, 79 yards led to the field goal, 75 yards led to the touchdown. So they have been distance jobs.
Personal foul, number 4, defense. Unnecessary contact with defense.
That's Illinois fans booing, but this is a huge point of emphasis this year, and I applaud them throwing this flag. If you take a shot above the shoulder, at the shoulder pads or above this year in college football, whether you lead with the helmet or not, that's irrelevant. On a defenseless player, it's supposed to be a 15-yard penalty and consider ejecting the young man. I don't think that was an ejection, but a good penalty call.
Devin Moore has 5, has 10, counted off at a gain of 12 yards, and he's going to be just short of the first down as Wilson comes over to make the tackle.
And I don't want to pick on Hardiman, but remember, he was the safety that got out of position on that touchdown to Kemp. Now they have Missouri backed up. He hits a defensive player, shoulder pads are above, and it looks like he gives a little momentum back to Missouri.
Well, they did give him enough for the first down. No, second down and very short. And that ball is thrown, and was it caught in bounds or not?
That was passed for Moore, will incomplete.
And Reese Davis, how about a Michigan update?
Ooh, this looks like a different Michigan team, Ron, against Western Michigan. Both freshman quarterbacks have been outstanding. This is Denard Robinson. He never ties his shoes. You know why he does it? Just to try to make it fair for the defense. And it wasn't fair for Western Michigan. Look at the kid from Deerfield Beach, Florida, go in for the score. The other freshman quarterback, Tate Forcier, has thrown 2 touchdown passes. 21-0 Blue.
And back to live action. Hardiman, who made the mistake on the penalty a moment ago, gets out to make a tackle, and they have stopped Missouri short of picking up the first down.
Oh, this is a heck of a job. We were just pointing out a mistake by Hardiman, but this is an excellent job by the safety as soon as he sees the pitch. A lot of times in the option, the safety has the pitch man, and Hardiman did an excellent job and good tackling technique that time by Moore. Go low, stop his momentum, and bring up the 4th down.
Jake Harry, the 4th, comes in to do the punting, and there is that roughing the kicker chain, and he is a rugby-style kicker. The minute he moves outside that 5-yard barrier, he is fair game. And look at this. One of the things, Ed, about the rugby-style kicks, the rolls are absolutely, they go forever.
And the reason you do it is it gives your guys time to get downfield and down it.
We must bring salvation back. Where there is love, I'll be there. Don't you know, baby, I'll be there.
Someone is killing the sisters of Theta Pi.
She's really dead. What are we gonna do?
It is someone they know,
Is that you?
someone they trust,
Oh my god.
someone they'll never see coming. Sorority Row. Rated R. In theaters September 11th.
There's no way to hide it. If you drive drunk, we will find you. Cops everywhere are stepping up enforcement and cracking down like never before.
Sir, have you been drinking tonight? Sir, have you been drinking this evening?
Sir, have you been drinking tonight? Make no mistake, you will get caught and you will be arrested. Over the limit, under arrest.
Hey, you'd look good in green or white.
We really think you're terrific. Come help us defend the Rock.
Well, I'm back at you.
Big W on the helmet. You know about our Buckeye leaves, right?
No dome, no problem.
You'd look great in black and gold.
Purdue could use someone like you.
Do you like roses?
Look, our helmet's got wings. Come to Ohio State.
Come to Wisconsin.
Indiana.
Iowa.
Purdue.
Illinois.
Michigan.
Northwestern. Minnesota.
Michigan State.
Come to Penn State.
The State Farm Arch Rivalry Game, brought to you by State Farm. To us, nothing's more important than being there. And the terrifying thriller Sorority Row, only in theaters September 11th.
By the way, the Museum of Transportation founded in 1944, and since then they've acquired freight cars, passenger cars, rail maintenance, and test cars. Fun place to visit here in St. Louis. First down, deep in their own territory, and the running play will be stopped for no gain as the defensive front came up and said, not this time. And that's Ebner, who was there to make the tackle.
So far, Sean Weatherspoon, we talked about at the open, only one tackle. And if you've noticed, it feels to me like they may be running away from him a little bit. We've mentioned Gatchkar's name because he plays the other outside linebacker on the other side.
Well, Ebner, who just made the tackle, actually is a backup. And he's out of Friendswood, Texas. His brother plays tight end for the University of Houston. Good idea, bad throw by Juice. And that was intended for DeVault. And the crowd a little shaky over what happened there.
Yeah, I felt like Isaiah, that's why that I is there. Isaiah Juice Williams maybe should have pulled that down. He's got a run-pass option on that. I really like the design of that play, but the defender was closing on his receiver, so even if he completed it, only been a couple of yards, I felt like he should have tucked it.
So with his third down, line to make is the 16, and they scrimmage from their own 6-yard line. Steps up, has a man, and a knee was down. That is enough for the first down at the 18-yard line.
Well, if I'm Blaine Gabbert, I'm watching a senior under pressure because that was just excellent job by Williams. When he stepped up, his eyes were still downfield, and he saw LaShore sitting there underneath, and LaShore did a nice job of getting past the sticks, by the way.
Yeah, he did. And in fact, even though he was on one knee, forget the extra yardage, he made sure he caressed the football and made the catch. Sophomore out of right there in Champaign. DeVault in motion. Ball is pitched back to Pollard, and you could hear the hit. Wow. That was Weatherspoon who came up and said, who said I have not been an active participant so far?
Are you blaming me?
Oh, my goodness.
But right back to that option, and Missouri's defensive ends are doing nothing to slow this down. But watch Weatherspoon. Excellent job. Wow, you know, that's the athleticism. Did you see when Faison, the receiver, came down? He just went right by him. Faison's got to do a little better job there of breaking down, but just showing the athleticism of Weatherspoon there getting by that block.
Weatherspoon having been timed in the 4.45 in the 40, which is extremely quick, even if you don't weigh 250 pounds. Well, yesterday, in fact, we talked to Spoon, and the question was, why do you like to play linebacker?
best thing about playing linebacker would have to be hitting people. You know, I want to get to the football all the time, and I want to cause havoc when I get there. So that's one thing that I always focus on. You know, when I'm watching film, I always think about how the guy would react if I were hitting him. So, you know, hitting has been a big part of that.
Well, he caused havoc. Yes. I think it goes without saying. Ask Troy Pollard did. Third down. They need to take it out to the 28.5-yard line. Williams over the middle, got a man, overthrown, and it's intercepted at the 40. That is Ricks. Hardy Ricks, the first turnover by the Illini, and he had the man open. And you talk about one you want to have back.
Well, but it was a little high, but A.J. Jenkins needs to catch this ball. It's a long throw. It was a fastball by Juice Williams, but it wasn't close. Sometimes when the receiver's close by and you throw the fastball, but this ball had plenty of time, and A.J. Jenkins just let this go right through his hands. Again, a tad high, but he just needs to make that catch.
Well, you're right. And in fact, as I look at the replay, more fault receiver than quarterback. That ball is fumbled and incomplete. It's Denario Alexander, the intended receiver.
Well, and that's right. Illinois felt like they were just starting to get some momentum back. They got a defensive stop early in the season. And you got to raise your head. You know, you've got to get over. See guys going, you got to raise your head because they're going to need Jenkins to make a play at some point.
Quarterback's going to keep it, and he gets butted out of bounds at around the 25-yard line. Well, tonight, ESPN presents the Dick's Sporting Goods Cowboy Classic as reigning Heisman Trophy winner Sam Bradford and the Oklahoma Sooners kick off their season in the brand-new Dallas Cowboys Stadium, where they'll host Max Hall and the dangerous BYU team. Dick's Sporting Goods Cowboy Classic, all a part of Dick's Sporting Goods kickoff week tonight, 7 o'clock Eastern. Third down, screen pass right over the middle. That is a nice defensive play, and that is Martez Wilson. Derek Washington, as soon as he caught it, he had a number 2 draped around his ankle. And the sophomore out of Chicago, Simeon, was right there.
What an excellent job by Wilson. A little bit of an off year last year, played outside linebacker, was stabbed. Trying to break up a fight outside a bar.
Trying to protect a teammate.
Trying to protect an ex-teammate, but that was just an excellent job of reading the screen. He's now playing middle linebacker. I think he's more focused.
Field goal attempt, 44 yards, has the distance, and he's got it. 44-yard Russell, Grant Russell, the sophomore out of Jackson, Missouri, with a 44-yarder, and the Tiger lead goes to 13-3.
Andre Johnson?
Hey guys, to carry your squad, you've got to have great hands. And these Nike Vapor Trail gloves are lightweight and sticky enough to catch absolutely anything. It's ridiculous. Who wants a hoagie? And don't forget to stay hydrated. See you on the field.
Nike Vapor Trail gloves at Dick's Sporting Goods. Better athlete, better team.
Papa John wants everyone to know why our pizza's better, so he's bringing it right to you. Papa's in the house.
You click the mouse, Papa's in the house. That's how it works.
Get a large cheese pizza for just 25 cents when you buy a large 2-topping pizza. Only when you order online.
See, the high life is about celebrating, not separating. We coming for your VIPs, and we ain't the paparazzi. We looking for the little fuzzy rope. How you doing? Yeah, we're not on that. I can guarantee that. Excuse us. Thank you so much. Paying extra money so other people can't sit next to you. You know where I come from. We party together with a good, honest beer at a tasty price. Fuzzy rope to make y'all feel more important. Common sense ain't on the guest list. These people know how to do it. That's it. Hey!
Inventors, InventHelp can help you try to patent your idea and submit it to companies. Call 1-800-236-7211 for free information. That's 1-800-236-7211.
It's time to feel the panic of having only 2 races left to make the chase. Feel the pressure bearing down. And the drivers gearing up. Feel the guys on the bubble fight to keep their postseason hopes alive as they go bumper to bumper at one of NASCAR's fastest tracks.
Yeah, baby! Woo!
the NASCAR Sprint Cup Series at Atlanta. Tomorrow at 7 Eastern on ESPN. Telecast presented by Pennzoil.
Kicking off for the Missouri Tigers, number 91.
Weatherspoon's family there.
Deep for the Illini.
Well, we are back 13-3. The Missouri Tigers have extended their lead, and we'll try to show you that T-shirt one more time in just a moment of the Weatherspoon family and the hit list that Spoon has so far. And on that list, I saw Colt McCoy, I saw Juice Williams, but there was a guy on there
didn't know who he was.
There was a Zach.
Figure it out.
I don't know Zach. The Zach that they had on there. Now there comes the kick. 5-yard line. This is Pollard. Oh my goodness. And I'll tell you what, that is the kid from Friendswood, Texas that they called. He is the hitter, and last year just had a field day on special teams. Will Ebner, sophomore out of Friendswood, Texas.
Well, there it is right there. Zach Lee, scratching my head. Pretty sure they mean Zach Robinson of Oklahoma State. They might have to get those shirts reprinted before they play Oklahoma State.
So it's going to be a first down for the Illini. Eddie McGee in the ball game at quarterback for Illinois. A 6'4" junior out of Washington, D.C. Woodson High School. Hands it off in a sweep and hit behind the line of scrimmage for the loss. Aldon Smith has devolved before he can even get the football. And let's check in with Reese Davis. And how's the rookie quarterback for SC doing?
He's looked okay, Ron. They had 3 punts and a couple of fumbles that undid him on his first 5 drives. But finally, Stephon Johnson goes through against San Jose State. Spartans had the lead prior to that. It's 7-3 about halfway through the second quarter there. Maybe Michigan or Notre Dame should have gone ahead and played this week. They clash next week, and both are up by 3 touchdowns.
Okay, Reese, thanks very much. Here's a quick pass out in the flat, and it's overthrown to DeVault. And Juice Williams on the field as a wide receiver on this play.
Well, Eddie McGee, a young man who's didn't play much last year, played quite a bit in 2007, actually threw a touchdown pass in the Rose Bowl. And I'm sure they just want to get him some time in there, but 13-3. That pass there just looked like a guy who'd been on the sideline being called. I'm not sure that was the right time to get McGee a little bit of time when you're down by 10 with half of the second quarter gone.
And then you give Juice a third down situation.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Yeah, with about 15.5 yards to pick up. Pressure coming off the outside, and he's going to run it. 25, gets tagged pretty hard and is stopped at the 27-yard line.
You know, sometimes coaches do that. They'll have a plan and they'll say, the backup's going to come in second series in the second quarter. And I understand that, but just the feel of this game, and Juice Williams is starting to get in a rhythm running the ball. I think if I were Ron Zick, I might have put him back out there for this set of downs.
This is the third punt of the afternoon. Geddes, the deep man, Santella waits for the snap, and off the side of his foot. Very poor kick, and a flag is down. Is it running into or roughing the kicker?
I think it's going to be running into, so should not be enough.
Personal foul.
No, they're calling personal foul. Wow.
And I think the Missouri fans may be right booing this. It looked to me like a running into. Watch at the very end there. It's Kip Edwards who's going to come, tries to stop. Yeah, that to me is running into, not roughing. We saw that face mask earlier, and again, I think these officials, Ron, have been told so much about safety, trying to hit a defensive player above the shoulder pads and above. I think maybe a little too far on 2 of the calls we've seen so far today. The right one on Dante Hardiman, but not that one.
LaShore takes the ball on the run, and he will have about 4 yards in the play. The NASCAR Sprint Cup heads back south for Labor Day weekend. Only 2 bases remaining for Busch, Kane, and Martin to get off the bubble and into the chase. NASCAR Sprint Cup Series as our play run very quickly in a first down as they will move the sticks. Telecast is presented by Pennzoil. And they are right back at the line of scrimmage again. Juice Williams turns and hands it off at LaShore.
The field judge way down on about the 30 threw a flag and blew his whistle. So
illegal substitution. Yeah. Defense. 12 players on the field prior to snap. 5-yard penalty. Still first down.
And Gary Pinkel trying to figure out, but Illinois caught him off guard with that quick snap, I think.
Yeah, I started saying some folks up here were caught off guard. Well, what are they doing, huh? Didn't they know we were talking about NASCAR? LaShore continues to operate at tailback. And if you just joined us, we have said nothing about Aurelius Ben because he went off the field injured early in the first quarter. And I apologize as this running play will come to the near sideline. And I'll tell you, he's got another first down, puts a head down, and is tackled at the 30. And what I was about to say, I apologize. We don't have a sideline person, and it is virtually impossible to find out exactly the extent of the injury to Aurelius Ben.
He was holding his lower back on the left side. Maybe don't want to speculate, but that's what he was holding when he went into the locker room. We have not seen him back out on the field.
So it's first down from the 29-yard line. That's DeVault who comes in motion. Little play action. Williams throws it out to the ball, hit immediately. And I'll tell you, this is a good job, even though they don't need really to work the clock. Almost like a two-minute drill, throwing that quick pass out, picking up what they can as Geddes came over to bump him out, but it's a gain of 6.
Well, they caught a little break. They tried to bring Eddie McGee in. Things went backwards. Juice had a big third down that he got handed to him, and then they got the roughing the kicker that kept the drive alive, and Williams has stayed in at quarterback.
So Pollard back on the lineup. And they fake it to him. Here's Williams. Little stutter step short of the first down. He's at the 20. And it's Ebner who comes up to make the hit. I have a feeling Ebner is going to find a place on a regular basis rather than subbing. Number 32. He not only is all over the field, but he brings something to the party when he gets there.
Yeah. He's one of those guys that, and that his new defense coordinator, Dave Steckel, in there, giving him a little more.
Wow. He is
energy.
He's an electric player who loves to hit. Very close to the first down is Pollard.
I don't think he got it.
At LaShore.
I think you go.
I don't think there's any question that you go.
Yeah.
I mean, they need something to wake this team up and also this crowd. 13-3 they trail right now at the 4:47 mark, and the clock is running. And Ron Zook said, let's go for it.
Yeah, and with a senior quarterback, bigger guy at 235 pounds, I think you get behind block your center, Hunt, the left guard, Asamoah, the right guard, wedge it up, just run a quarterback sneak. Don't do anything fancy. Don't run sideways.
Power eye set to the left. 2 tight ends, and he's stepped on by the guard and falls down. He was going to hit. The guard takes a step back, trying to give a little bit because the flow is going to go to the other direction. Steps on his foot and makes the tackle for Missouri. Watch.
That happens so often, and it's exactly right. It was the left guard taking what's called a bucket step. Randall Hunt, when he goes to drop step and drop that foot back so he can go help the center block, steps right on Williams' foot.
Gabbard hands it off, and this running play is going to come out over the 31 in the vicinity of the 32-yard line, and that's Devin Moore. And Gabbard just seems to become more and more comfortable as this ball game progresses.
And there's Hunt going over to the sidelines. And you feel awful, but he's just doing his job. And that's the technique. It wasn't like he did anything wrong. It's a technique you're taught.
Alexander and Denario is going to finally be forced out way up at the 44-yard line by Garrett Edwards.
So nice to have for the Missouri Tigers, Denario Alexander. Go back to 2007 against Illinois. Williams just has to be so frustrated. They've gotten things going, but Alexander's just been battling injury after injury in his career.
Gabbert zings it over the middle, and turn to flip is Perry. Ball was very high, and one of the things that quarterback coaches try to talk to young quarterbacks about, and that is don't make your receiver climb the ladder in that zone of the field.
And a guy with a live arm like Gabbert, that's one of the things. That throw, which is over the linebackers but in front of the safeties, is one of the hardest ones, because if you throw it on a line, a lot of times it floats and it does go high. You kind of have to take a little off it and let it drop in there.
This running play, absolutely nothing. Again, Martez Wilson, number 2, one of the first men to get in there and make contact, along with Taylon Wilson.
Martez, a young man that everyone in Illini country waiting to kind of burst on the scene last year as a sophomore, got lost a little bit, maybe a little confused. They move into that middle linebacker spot. And his coach, Dan Dish, was telling us that he feels like he's more involved because in that middle, there are no plays off as a middle linebacker.
Third down, line to make, the Illini 46-yard line. Blaine Gabbert. Stops, throws it, and it is caught out of bounds. Boy, that's Wes Kemp. You thought for the world that he was throwing for the man just
Denario
short of
Alexander,
there. Yeah, Alexander, but Kemp was the man he was trying to get it to.
And what an excellent job by Illinois' defense. Yeah, he was out of bounds. Right call, but nice job. Mallory Dish too. Well, they're going to review it. It looked to me like he was out. But give credit to Illinois' defense. Their offense gets stuck, and
Costello, the number 2 quarterback, is the man that Gabbert is talking with. And you could see the relaxed expression, his demeanor on the sideline.
Yeah, it looked to me like Kemp's right foot, right as he caught it.
This one's going to give you a better angle right here.
It looked like it came off the ground. He's in bounds. No, I think he's out of bounds. It is close. I can see why they review it, but I don't think that is indisputable video evidence, which is what they'd have to overturn it. But I think the right thing to take a couple of looks.
So, if you go back and say, well, let's look at it one more time.
And these are the same looks that the replay officials are looking at. Our production truck is who provides it. Well,
you know something? That's a catch.
Boy, that left foot.
That is a doggone catch. That it doesn't matter where his right foot is.
No, it's the left foot.
It's the one that is on the ground. And
yeah, because his right foot was in the air.
Yeah.
Well, that was closer in that look than I originally thought.
What a strange chain of events. So I mean, Illinois, they lose their best offensive weapon,
and Aurelius Ben,
and then they got a 4th down situation, and the play sets up perfectly to pick up half a yard. The guard steps on the quarterback's foot and causes a loss, so they miss an opportunity at any points. And you sit here and say 13-3, and you know, hey, we could be talking about 13-10 very easily.
Yep. And now you're sitting there, if you're Ron Zook, this probably is going to seem like about an hour and a half, because your defense comes out, gets a great stop after they had some momentum. Quarterback falls down. You expect that Missouri may just go right down the field, taking some of that momentum back, and now you got to sit and wait for the officials. But I'm with you, Ron. That replay there,
I'm telling you,
I think it's why it's taken a little longer than we originally thought it would.
Well, this week in college football, September the 5th, let's go back to 1987. In the first night game ever played at Spartan Stadium, Michigan State ends Southern Cal's 17-game winning streak. Lorenzo White sparked the Spartans, 111 yards rushing and 2 touchdowns. Final score, 27-13.
Well, talk about Michigan State back on with Mark D'Antonio, but the run that Illinois has, they play Missouri, then Illinois State, at Ohio State, Penn State, Michigan State. Juice Williams and his team are going to know their fate in the Big Ten.
Look what's happening. Look what's happening. They are moving the ball down the field. They are going to rule in favor of Missouri.
Maintain the catch. First down, 36-yard line.
Well, it was that last angle, and it's those angles that we provide to the replay officials. It was that very last angle, Ron, that you picked up. It was the left foot. It looked to me like the right foot may have been down, but from that angle, it sure looked like the left was in and the right foot was not out of bounds yet.
So Missouri with the football, a first down at the 36-yard line of Illinois. 2:47 left until halftime. And he throws this one complete. Short gain to Andrew Jones. First time that he has made a catch today. Sophomore out of Smithville, Missouri. Well, he's using a lot of different running backs and a lot of different receivers.
A lot of depth. Gary Pinkel and his staff done a great job recruiting. And now Illinois is working against the clock. I think at some point you may want to use a couple of these timeouts.
Nice defensive play. It was Alexander, the intended receiver, and that was Hardiman. Some of the folks are groaning a little bit, but I think he timed it perfectly.
I do too.
Just as the ball got there, he whacked his arm. This is 8th play of the drive. Started back at the 24-yard line. Third down. They need to take it to the 26. Plenty of time on the play clock. 11 down to 10. And the running play is going to be short of the first down. Pilcher will make the tackle on Devin Moore.
And this is in that decision area now. Remember, we were talking to Gary Pinkel last year. If you had Jeff Wolfert, you'd run him out and kick it. But they're just not as comfortable right now, even though Russell's 2 for 2 and has a 44-yarder. He said he's going to be more aggressive in this exact area, so not surprised they're going for it.
So it is 4th down, and Derek Washington, number 24, the junior out of Kansas City, comes into the lineup. But they have flexed him out. The lone person in the backfield is Blaine Gabbert. Gabbert has a man. Got it complete. Alexander, boy, did he get whacked. As soon as he caught the football, Dante Hardiman came up and really put the lumber on him.
Yeah, little surprised that they didn't throw another flag on Hardiman. This is clearly helmet to helmet. Yeah, you got to throw the flag on that one too.
On first down, running play. And Washington will have a short gain. Let's check in with Reese Davis back in Bristol.
Ron, it was a day full of near misses for the Big Ten. One surprising Big Ten team that looks terrific on offense. You see Craig James and Mike Patrick, they're talking about him. It's Michigan. They've looked great so far. Matt Barkley's made his debut, and he's found a new best friend, the Trojan running game. And we'll also look ahead to next week just a tad and show you how impressive Notre Dame's been coming up at halftime.
Okay, Reese, pass out in the flat. As soon as it is caught, the receiver is caught by the defender, and it was Bellamy, Trayvon Bellamy, a sophomore out of Greenbelt, Maryland, who was right there to make the stop on Andrew Jones.
Boy, this feels with 34 seconds, and Illinois has all of their timeouts. They've just not used them. You don't get cash back for taking timeouts into the locker room at halftime. They're not going to have any time offensively.
Here's the situation. 22 seconds, clock running, down to 20. And it is a third down, and let's call it about 11.5 yards. Got a pass, got a man, and the ball is dropped. Good heavens. Whew. TJ Moe, the freshman. Well,
and just shocking that Illinois did not use any timeouts to try to get Juice Williams back on the field. There was about 2:35 left when we first mentioned it. Now we'll be lucky to even get a kickoff return out of this deal.
41-yard field goal attempt from the far hash mark. Russell already has a 44-yarder. Plenty of distance on this one. And he's got it. 3 of 3 today.
You know, I sell tools. Tools are uncomplicated. Nothing complicated about a pair of 10-inch hose clamp pliers. You know what's complicated? Shipping. Shipping's complicated.
Not really. With priority mail flat rate boxes from the Postal Service, shipping's easy. If it fits, it ships anywhere in the country for a low flat rate.
That's not complicated.
No.
Come on.
But a handshake?
Right here.
All right.
Priority mail flat rate boxes, only from the Postal Service. A simpler way to ship.
I never noticed that. What? The grill. Looks like an overhead shot of a stadium.
Thank you. The grill lines are the yard lines, which is what I've been saying. Football was created to make us grill.
Here we go.
Look, retractable dome.
That's not retracting.
You get it. Plus, what are most mascots?
Animals.
Think about it.
You do know there's people in those costumes, right? Not all of them. Take your dome, please. Sorry.
Well, as you might expect, the faithful who have come up here from Columbia or the alumni in this area to come over to the ball game, the Tigers are looking very good. 16-3 with that last field goal just a moment ago. And on the other side of the field, that picture tells a lot of things. It's been that kind of day, kind of a glum look on their face. And as I said, this game could be so very much closer if they don't have the miscue on the fourth down play.
And I think why you see those long faces. 0-7, they go to the Rose Bowl last year. They fall back to 5-7. And you're seeing a lot of the same things that happened last year happening all over again in 2009.
Well, they kicked this one on the ground. And on the run, that's Pollard. And Pollard will be horse collared. Did he get out of bounds? Did the clock run out? Yes. We are at halftime. So it's halftime. 16-3 our score. But Missouri on top. And let's go back to Reese Davis. Reese.
All right, Ron. So I guess no Chase Daniel, no Chase Kaufman, no Jeremy Macklin. No problem, at least not so far for Missouri against Illinois, 16-3 at the half. Another Big 12 team hoping to make some noise. Oklahoma State against Georgia. The Dogs marched right down the field in the early going. Joe Cox to A.J. Green, Mark.
And a terrific connection. A.J. Green is one of the best wide receivers in the nation. Just a sophomore, big physical, can catch the ball and make things happen.
It's not always A.J. Green, though. Sometimes it's Mikey Moore making the grab, and the fifth-year senior Cox marching his team right down the field. Georgia dominated this game for much of the first half. It seemed, look at how physical they were with Des Bryant. That is a big-time hit coming from Brian Evans.
Welcome to SEC defenses.
But Oklahoma State's defense is vastly improved.
You will not see a better catch than this one by Des Bryant.
Oh, sweet.
That goes on your Biletnikoff resume reel right there. 52nd career touchdown pass for Zach Robinson, just 3 shy of the Oklahoma State record. Those two are tied at 7, game on ABC right now. And the Oklahoma State defense has played much better than it did a year ago. And really, we expected Illinois to take a step forward in the way it has played. And so far in the first half, Ron and Ed talked about it. There were some miscues, but they haven't taken that step forward, at least not so far.
Well, they're not in sync offensively, and that's been their problem. Even on that 4.5-yard play where the guard stepped down the quarterback's foot, they didn't get the first down. You can see that they're just not moving the ball. Right now on offense, they're not running the ball well. They're not throwing the ball well. They just don't have that continuity, and I thought they would be much better offensively. But you have to tip your hat to Illinois' defense. When they had to come up and make plays, they did. But Missouri's defense made better plays. They made sure that Illinois didn't get in the end zone, held them to 3 points in the first half. I thought it was a very, very physical first half of this football game.
It was hard hitting on both sides, and real credit to Missouri's defense headed by Dave Steckel. I really felt that Illinois would be a very good football team, but I thought the Big Ten would be much improved. There really weren't an awful lot of impressive performance. Now, I grant you can't tell what's going to happen with a football team based on 1 week because there's so many things to remain to be seen. However, Iowa struggled. Minnesota beat Syracuse in overtime. Ohio State struggled. You can go on and on. Iowa barely gets by by Northern Iowa. So when you look at it, Mark, you say, wow, maybe the Big Ten, which went 1-6, I think, in bowl games last year, is going to struggle this year.
Yeah, but the bottom line is, Coach, you know, always when you start a season off, no matter if it's the NFL, Pop Warner, or college football, defenses are always a couple of steps ahead of the offense, so the offense catches up in most cases. And I think that's the way when you look at the Big Ten, the offenses had struggled except for a very few exceptions. But if you look at this Illinois offense, Juice Williams, Aurelius Ben, you thought that they could put more points on the board in the first half.
And perhaps they will in the second half. One of those Big Ten teams that lost in the bowl season lost to USC. A very different-looking Trojan team with Matt Barkley, the first USC true freshman quarterback to start a season opener in school history. First to do it for a top-5 team since Ricky the Peach Leach did it for Michigan back in the mid-'70s. And here is Mr. Barkley. They kept it simple for him, Mark. They put the tight end out in front, but they undid a couple of drives with fumbles. They had 3 punts, 2 fumbles in their first 5 drives. Dick told me San Jose State team had a 3-0 lead. But see, again, get Havili out in the flat with the young quarterback.
Keep those open boots to the young quarterback. You get a one-on-one situation in the flat. Get it to your fullback. Get him comfortable with the offense where he can make plays. But here's the best part about it. Hand the ball off to those running backs in that big, powerful offensive line. I still believe that front 5 is the best in the nation.
Stephon Johnson scored there. Here is Barkley again and Damian Williams.
Well, this is just well executed. But I agree with Mark. I think their offensive line is absolutely outstanding. 4 of the 5 starters from last year's football team. And they seem to be a very, very dedicated team. I'm referring to USC because there are a lot of question marks that people have about it.
And USC on their way to Ohio State next week. And Alan Bradford, they've just got a bevy of running backs. Just bring the next guy in. 21-3. We saw McKnight make some good runs in the first half. 21-3. They're just about to go to halftime at the Coliseum. So no upset there. Sportsmanship weekend in college football. Navy almost spoiled the party at Ohio State and some great finishes that Lou alluded to. We'll show you.
ESPN College Football Prime Time. BYU, Oklahoma, tonight at 7 Eastern.
Call it a weight loss smackdown. He's a Hall of Fame quarterback who scored a 22-pound weight loss thanks to Nutrisystem. He's a legendary linebacker who's tackled his own weight problem by dropping 35 pounds with Nutrisystem. So, who's the winner at losing weight?
Listen here, Twinkle Toes. You're going to need some new dance moves, buddy, if you're going to take on Dan Marino.
Dan Marino? What did he play? Kickball? I'm feeling lean, I'm mean, and I still look good.
Order now and you can get an extra 3 weeks of meals free.
22 pounds, 35 pounds. Show off, loser.
Nutrisystem is so easy, anybody can lose weight. I'm Kurt Menefee, and I lost 56 pounds on Nutrisystem. So, who's the winner now?
Order now, and you can get an extra 3 weeks of awesome meals. That's 105 meals free. Call or click now.
Magic Johnson speaks through achievement. Ang Lee speaks with vision. Jane Pauley speaks with integrity. Neil Armstrong spoke of mankind. Find your voice.
All right, who's ready for the new NFL Sunday Ticket?
Red, all HD, hot route.
Translation, only DirecTV gives you every NFL game in HD.
PC, Mac, mobile, blue gesture.
That means you can watch all games live on your cell phone or laptop no matter where you are. Just add NFL Sunday Ticket and Superfan to experience football nirvana.
18, chatterbox left.
Not funny.
I thought it was funny.
It's not.
Shut up.
Get our preseason price. Call 1-800-GET-SPORTS.
This is the U.S. Open on cable. And this is the U.S. Open experience. Compliments of DirecTV. Watch 6 matches all on one channel with enhanced coverage of the world's top contenders, plus interactive schedules and results at the push of a button. All this in high definition. Now that's championship coverage. The U.S. Open experience begins Monday, August 31st, only on DirecTV.
This is Dick's Sporting Goods Kickoff Week.
Missouri and Illinois, a little battle. Blaine Gabbert, highly talented, getting a chance to start. Firing a nice dart in there to Wes Kemp for the touchdown, and Mizzou up by a count of 16-3 at the break. Navy and Ohio State. Terrell Pryor, his show now. Saying hello to Mike Vick, welcoming him back to football. Here's Pryor showing the wheels. You know, they clocked him at not 3.3, that would be really fast in the 40, but 4.33 in the 40. He's plenty fast enough, no matter how you do it. Here is Ricky Dobbs, late in the game, down 15 points, finds Marcus Curry, third longest play in Navy history.
Just well executed, but Navy caught him without a safety man. They were in straight man-to-man coverage and just well executed by Navy. And here's another great play. Quarterback again, quarterback keeper, scored twice on it.
That was after Pryor had thrown an interception, so now Navy can tie the game, but they choose not to run the option. They don't show the option look, and Dobbs is picked off by Brian Roll.
Terrific job by Roll, keeping his eyes on the quarterback. The quarterback, Dobbs, did not look him off, but he finishes the play here, takes the two-point conversion back.
Good call, bad call, Mark. Good.
Bad call. Run the option. Keep going to the well. If it's successful, you keep going to the well till it's dry.
You knew that's what I wanted you to answer. I don't care what you say. I just wanted you to answer it. Ohio State wins it by 4 over Navy. They've got USC next week. Penn State cruise. Darryl Clark, career day, 353 yards passing and 3 touchdowns as they take care of the Akron Zips. Northern Iowa and Iowa. Kirk Ferentz, supposed to be a warm-up game. Got Iowa State coming up. Oh, maybe not so much. The Panthers. Oh, Kurt Warner would be so proud. Pat Grace to Ryan Mahaffey. This is a terrific catch, Mark.
Look at him lay out for this. All arms extended. Ryan Mahaffey, what a terrific catch.
You know, Iowa seemed to be sleepwalking through the game. Ricky Stanzi firmly in control at quarterback. Tony Moeaki. Though when he's taken down. Fourth quarter, Iowa down by 3. Stanzi, Moeaki again. He's had some injury trouble. He did last year, but he does a nice job getting 1 foot down. Iowa has the lead. It's 17-13. Now it's 17-16, and Northern Iowa is kicking for the upset with 7 seconds to go. Billy Hallgren told meets leather. Leather meets Iowa arm, and Iowa's blocked the field goal and won the game. Or maybe not. The officials rule the ball never crossed the line of scrimmage, so...
No. Ruled it crossed the line of scrimmage.
Touched an Iowa player.
Once it crossed the line of scrimmage, and like you never blocked it.
Right.
Once Iowa touches it, it's a free ball.
Yeah, and it bounced off of Tyler Sash, and then after that, they blocked the second one, and Iowa wins it 17-16. Minnesota and Syracuse, the debut of Greg Paulus, first snap of his career. Hey, Greg, wishing he'd gone back and played basketball someplace.
Thought the center was back there instead of the point guard.
Hey, you know what it was? He thought Kyle Singler had transferred from Duke at 6'9". He was going to give it to him, but Paulus kept his composure, found Mike Williams coming back off a year in which he was suspended for the season. Greg celebrating with the officials. Here is Paulus in overtime. Now, Greg did a good job at quarterback today, but he'd probably like to have this play back. In overtime, third down, still got a chance to kick a field goal, threw it into traffic, and Syracuse gets nothing and likes it. So now, Eric Elstad to win the game. And he does. Minnesota goes into Syracuse and wins it 23-20. Paulus 19-31, $1.67. Western Michigan and Michigan. All of the turmoil surrounding Rich Rodriguez. You know what's going to make it go away? Excellent play from your team. Tim Hiller. Ball is picked off by Boubacar Sissoko, and Michigan is in business. Denard Robinson, Mark, he's a freshman quarterback from Deerfield Beach, Florida. He doesn't like to tie his shoes.
And I don't think he needs to tie his shoes. Look at the speed here, but watch right here when he plants and accelerates downfield. He's a blur. Gone. Off to the races.
He leaves his shoes untied just to try to make it fair. They're going to tackle him. And the other freshman quarterback who started, Tate Forcier, has just been outstanding. Touchdown pass to Kevin Koger in the back. He's got 3 touchdowns as Forcier, 31-0 Michigan.
Whether you're across the street or across the ocean, Vonage makes it more affordable to stay close. Introducing Vonage World. Unlimited calls in the U.S. and around the world for only $24.99. Call 877-4VONAGE now. Vonage World. No startup costs, no access codes, just free unlimited calling around the world. Don't wait. Call 877-4VONAGE or go to Vonage.com and start saving. Vonage. Sounds good.
Every day, ADT does more than help people feel safe. ADT saves lives.
My dog was all alone when the fire broke out. ADT acted fast. They saved my home and her life.
ADT called in the middle of the night and said they had detected a carbon monoxide leak. We would have slept right through it.
When someone tried to break into my home, I was glad I had ADT. Even better, I was able to talk with them right from the keypad. That's peace of mind.
ADT lets you easily arm and disarm your system with our new keychain remote. And you can count on fast alarm response from our advanced network of monitoring centers. A single ADT system can help protect your home from burglary, fire, and carbon monoxide. And you get this monitored protection, plus great local service, all for about $1 a day. Better yet, only ADT offers a money-back guarantee and a theft protection guarantee.
It's peace of mind that can also save your life.
Call now and save over $250 when you buy ADT's family package. ADT, always there.
Matt Barkley can do it all. He's got the size, he's got the strong arm, but the best thing he's doing right now for USC is giving it to his tailback. Joe McKnight goes in, 4 touchdowns for the Trojans, all on the ground. The freshman Barkley is 8 of 11 for 137 yards. SC is cruising 28-3 over San Jose State. Notre Dame is smashing Nevada 28-0.
You know, after beating Hawaii in the Hawaii Bowl last year, Coach, and smashing Nevada today, it proves to me that Notre Dame could probably contend with Boise State to win the WAC.
You know what it proves to me? We got another Heisman candidate in Jimmy Clark.
No, don't go there.
Hey, look, he's had a great day. They were the worst pass defense in America last year.
Hawaii was 117th last year.
Just give him a little more time, and then I'll let you bring him in. I can't stand idly by and allow you to do that right now. Not yet. Dan Mullen's debut is going well at Mississippi State. Lane Kiffin's debut went exceptionally well on Rocky Top. We'll show you in a bit. I'm just not going to do it.
Hold the presses. I got a scoop.
When you see it, you can sense it. When you drive it, you can feel it. And when you put it to work, you get it. Big Red. One ride and you'll know it's a Honda. Experience Big Red during Big Red Demo Days. Call 888-332-0281 for a location near you.
We've got 2 MVP quarterback scrambles for you guys, and we've got 2 rookie scrambles.
That's my table, McNabb. More coffee?
IHOP's got NFL with an all-pro lineup featuring the quarterback scramble.
Inventors, InventHelp can help you try to patent your idea and submit it to companies. Call 1-800-236-7211 for free information. That's 1-800-236-7211.
University of Missouri alumni know the road to success is paved in black and gold.
ZOU.
ZOU.
Though you leave Mizzou, Mizzou will never leave you.
ZOU. Forever.
This morning we woke up to more sobering news about the state of our economy. In total, we've lost nearly 1.2 million jobs this year, and more than 10 million Americans are now unemployed. Tens of millions of families are struggling to figure out how to pay the bills and stay in their homes. Their stories are an urgent reminder that we are facing the greatest economic challenge of our lifetime, and we're going to have to act swiftly to resolve it.
This is a special announcement.
If you currently have debt in excess of $10,000 or more, time is not on your side. Take the first step now and call the Debt Relief Helpline on the bottom of your screen.
I'm going to confront this economic crisis head on by taking all necessary steps to ease the credit crisis, help hardworking families, and restore growth and prosperity.
This is the time to build a plan to settle your debt and work towards financial freedom. So make the call now.
U.S. Open, Roger Federer moves on. He defeats Leighton Hewitt in 4 sets. He's now won 35 straight matches at the U.S. Open. And the American teenager, Melanie Udon, has knocked off Maria Sharapova. Udon, the youngest American to reach the 4th round at the Open since Serena did it in 1999 when Serena won the tournament. Lane Kiffin's debut against Western Kentucky, and Western Kentucky got a check in the high 6 figures for showing up, and Tennessee beat every penny of it out of them. Bryce Brown, the freshman, scoring his first career touchdown, eligible to score touchdowns now. Here is Crompton firing into the end zone. Quentin Hancock for the score. And Tennessee had a couple of early fumbles, didn't score in the first quarter. And I mean, they just started pouring it on Montario Hardesty.
Terrific job of sealing it on the outside. Hardesty doesn't get touched till he gets inside the 5, but still drags the defender in for the score.
63-7. Jonathan Crompton, 5 touchdown passes, a career high. He only had 4 all of last season. Juice Williams, that should have been a completion for him. Instead, it turned into a pick. Not much went right, but the Zookers just down 13.
We're off. Woo! Something smells funny, and it ain't the ponies. Floppy hats at 10 o'clock. Closest to the track, but farthest from reality. Excuse me, sir. Pardon me, ma'am. Good, honest beer at a tasty price is neck and neck with hoity-toity atmosphere. Sometimes you win, sometimes you lose. And y'all gonna find out today because you're about to lose this highlight. Woo, your head almost hit me in my face. We want to hand this out to the people really watching the race. It's a liberating landslide blowout victory for common sense.
This Labor Day, come into any Chick-fil-A from 10:30 a.m. to close wearing your favorite sports team logo and get a free chicken sandwich.
Them other girls you done been with, none of them got nothing on me. Ain't got my style, they ain't got nothing on me, nothing on me. Let me break it down if you don't get it. Quality, I'm custom fitted. I'ma say it again, they ain't got nothing on me, nothing on me. Where I walk, where I talk, my
Only AT&T has the best selection of full keyboard phones, like the LG Neon, just $29.99 after mail-in rebate.
Struggling with credit card debt? Are you worried about making your monthly payments? Stop the harassing calls. Legally reduce your debt. Feel the freedom of debt-free living. Call the Financial Future Network now and secure your family's future today.
Here at Big Ten Fan Camp, the kids really get into arts and crafts.
This is so much better without the dome.
Totally. So that's the buckets, right? Yep. Perfect. Mr. Howard, weren't you supposed to use your right arm?
Kid, that's called artistic expression.
Cool.
This is Dick's Sporting Goods Kickoff Week.
This is our moment. This is our time. And we ain't holding back. We're laying it all on the line. This is our destiny. It's our night to shine. This is our moment. This is our time.
ESPN's presentation of college football is presented by Cars.com. Today from St. Louis, we bring you the State Farm arch rivalry game, where the score at halftime is Missouri 16 and Illinois 3. Ron Franklin along with Ed Cunningham. Welcome back to the third quarter, and we have news on the information just given us, you might give it, no good story as far as ankles.
Yeah, Aurelius Ben is out with an ankle injury for the starting running back today, also out with an ankle. They do have depth at that running back position, but of course you lose a guy like Ben, and the way Illinois has been playing, making a lot of mistakes, they're going to have to battle to get back here in the second half.
So you look at Juice over on the far sideline. Juice Williams, if you have just joined us, the extremely productive quarterback for the Fighting Illini, and they're having a little bit of trouble getting it untracked here today as the kickoff goes to the 1-yard line, and it's Simmons, 25-30, and a great field position as they will take it out to around the 32-yard line. Let's take a look at the quarterback comparison in the first half.
During the return, penalty flag. Return team. 10-yard penalty, first down.
Well, little mistake for Missouri, but we'll take a look at the quarterback comparison. Of course, Blaine Gabbert taking over for Chase Daniel. Played very well. He's run the ball well. He's very it took him that first series. He had to get comfortable in the pocket. Seems like he has, though, Ron. You know,
his demeanor has been absolutely perfect. If you're trying to, look at a young quarterback who has not played with a lot of game experience. 14 of 20, 147 yards, 1 touchdown, no picks. Wants to throw on first down. And on a comeback, did he catch it in bounds? Perry is right there. And yes, he did. Jared Perry coming back for the football, helping out his quarterback.
Just so much better in the pocket there. The protection started to break down, kept his eyes downfield, moved laterally. Perry came back for him.
Washington, and going to be a gain of almost 8 yards on the play as Ian Thomas was still another tackle. Webbles with a good block, number 66, Austin Webbles, sophomore out of Troy, Illinois. Washington waits for his blocks, and sneaking inside, number 2, Martez Wilson.
Well, you go back to that story of Wilson getting stabbed when he was sticking up for an ex-teammate, collapsed lung, sliced his intestine. And he says it's the best thing that ever happened to him.
He said it's changed his life. You're exactly right.
He's such a talented young man, 6'4", 240 pounds, runs like a running back, and he was taking football for granted, admitted it, and laying in that hospital bed realized how important it was and really turned things around for him.
This is third down. Line to make is going to be out to the 43-yard line, so they're about 2.5 yards away from that. Gabbert right over the middle, throws it complete, bouncing off the tackle. Alexander hang on, 30, inside the 30, and is going to be tripped up. DeRay Hicks, trust me, saved a touchdown. 23 yards on the play.
You know, it's interesting. A lot of people forget that Denario Alexander and Jeremy Maclin were battling for the starting position back in 2007 coming into this game, and Alexander actually got the starting position, but it was an injury in this game in 07 that let Jeremy Maclin take over.
Pumps it, little stop and go. Kemp near sideline, caught it, but he caught it out of bounds. Wes Kemp, who came up with a touchdown earlier in the ball game, and we mentioned then the most improved wide receiver coming out of camp is what the coaches said unanimously.
Yeah, excellent move by Kemp. This ball thrown a little bit out of bounds. I think he needs to get just a little more air on that, but Kemp and Gabbert go all the way back to junior high school. They competed against each other in junior high school, and Kemp had actually committed to Wisconsin. And when Gabbert switched from his Nebraska commitment to come to Missouri, the first thing he did, he texted Wes Kemp and said, hey, why don't you come to Missouri with me?
Well, when you look at the weapons that they are lining up on the outside and the way Gabbert is playing, coaching staff has to be smiling a lot. Gabbert going to run it, going to be hit and caught from behind this time by Trayvon Bellamy.
A lot of hands on hips for Illinois starting to rotate some of those big bodies in the middle. Josh Brent goes off. Clay Nurse. These big guys have been on the field a lot, and it's been a few mistakes by the offense that have put them back out there, and the heavier guys are starting to show that they're not quite in that mid-season shape.
Legit has just come back into the lineup, the sophomore out of Miami. 6'3", 290 defensive tackle. Pass caught wide open. Who blew this coverage? Alexander at the 5. Still on his feet. He stepped out of bounds. The official says at the 3.5-yard line, Denario Alexander is proving that he can be a one-man show if he chooses to. And he got so open that time it was, well, has to be embarrassing for the secondary, because that's 8 catches for 126 yards for Denario Alexander.
And it was also Gabbert buying some time, and they lost sight of Alexander. And you saw Zook over there grabbing some guys, asking, hey, who's in there in coverage? You've got to make sure you know where 81 is, even when it breaks down.
It was Hicks that he walked to first. Here comes the sweep from the 5, and it's a nice job defensively. Devin Moore.
Gabbert moving around. Alexander's going to sit down. And there's just way too much room. The safeties are backing up. The linebackers got sucked up. There's no linebackers back there, and the linebackers, very inexperienced for Illinois, starting to show in the passing game.
Got him in. Touchdown, Missouri Tigers. Jarrell Jackson, sophomore out of Houston, Jeff Davis High School. Russell to attempt the extra point for the Tigers. Good pass, and the kick is good. So Jackson, a very happy fellow, and rightfully so.
This was just too easy.
New score, 23-3 Tigers.
Your pizza delivery guy. Well, come on in, man. What you waiting on?
Mouth-watering toppings, fresh baked pizzeria taste.
I like to think I deliver more than just pizza.
For fresh delivery taste without the delivery price, it's DiGiorno.
New BlackBerry, huh?
Yeah.
Me too. How sick is the web browsing? All the apps, GPS, video.
Yeah.
You didn't get your BlackBerry with the Verizon network, did you?
No.
Sorry. So it doesn't work here, does it?
No, but paperweight mode.
All right.
Now get a BlackBerry at our lowest prices ever, like the Storm for just $49.99. Plus get another free. BlackBerry runs better on America's largest 3G network, Verizon Wireless.
You know me. Almost 30 years behind the sports desk has turned me into somebody larger than life. Literally. But those days are back, gone. I'm Chris Berman, and I lost 41 pounds with Nutrisystem.
Just order Nutrisystem from Men today to get 4 weeks of awesome food and learn how to get 3 extra weeks free.
Let's go to the highlights. Mike, all I ate was Golic bread, down 51 pounds. Don, Blue Suede Shula, down 32 pounds. Dan, Glam Man Marino, lost 22 pounds. Guys, you can do this.
You'll get 4 weeks of satisfying meals for less than $12 a day. That's 140 rib-sticking meals.
My goal was 40 pounds, and look, he could go all the way. If I can lose the weight, you can lose the weight.
Order now, and you can get an extra 3 weeks of meals. That's 105 meals free. Call or click now.
College football in high definition is presented by Vizio.
So welcome back to the State Farm arch rivalry game. And you can see the new score, 23-3, the Missouri Tigers. And is a star being born today?
Sure looks like it. Denario Alexander, the guy that Gabbert's going to. You got the rookie on the right, the veteran on the left. Of course, the veteran now shorthanded without Aurelius Ben. The report is a sprained ankle, suffered on the first offensive series of the game, but Alexander, a young man who's battled so many injuries. There was a 14-month period for Denario Alexander, and you look at just unbelievable, the defense for Illinois. They looked so tired. That was just entirely too easy on that last drive.
Here's Tanner Mills with the kick. This is from the goal line. Jenkins. Okay, if you're Illinois, you know, what do you come out with right now as far as your game plan? You're down by 20 points.
Yeah, I think you have to stick with what we saw when they got things going. You've got to run some option with Juice Williams, true option, run some zone read option, and then if you can get that going, you can play action, maybe get some guys down the field. You're missing your big play guy in Ben, but remember, you've got the Florida transfer facing. He's got some speed. You've got a lot of depth at receiver.
Again, an empty backfield, and Juice steps up, throws his pass complete for 9 yards, and that is Faison. And it's obvious that those two could get really chummy as well because of the abilities, and it seems as though they're on the same page a lot, just as Ben is with his quarterback, Juice Williams. And they come back the other direction. This is Sykes. Brent Sykes going to have the first down, bumped out of bounds at around the 40-yard line. Now, we have seen this kind of thing from Illinois, and then all of a sudden they would point the gun toward their foot and shoot themselves. You know, I mean, they got to finish. They have to finish on, not just in a ball game, got to finish on these drives.
And I think they need to continue to go fast. The clock is going. You're down 20. Of course, ball out of bounds. Clock starts again, except inside of 2 minutes and a half in the game. So they need to go fast. They need to conserve as much time as they can down 20.
Williams in and out of the hands of DeValte, intended receiver. And let me say one thing again. For all the things that the Illini fans might be sitting there thinking has not been good today, you got to give credit to this offensive line, my friend. They're not running Williams all over the field. No. This offensive line is doing a nice, consistent job.
New offensive line coach, Joe Gilbert, came in from Houston. This looks like a pretty good crew.
Yeah, and it's, you know, you can't drag these kids down because they're doing everything they can, and they're doing it well so far. You know, and as soon as I say that, Jeff Allen comes out of his stance, and maybe that's the reason he's blocking so well. He got back a little quick.
Yeah, getting there early.
Come on, Jeff. Bragging on
number 71 offense. 5-yard penalty. Still second down.
Jeff was over on the right side last year, and they moved him to left tackle. He started 9 games as a freshman, and in a Big Ten schedule, a first-year kid. He's out of Chicago King High School. Yeah, that's saying something. You know about his abilities very quickly.
And you see that a lot with a talented young big player. They'll start him out on the right side because it's a little easier. And then with a right-handed quarterback, obviously, which is what Williams is. And then when he gets some experience, then you can bounce him over to the left side.
Got his man. It's going to have the first down, and that's LaShore, Mikel LaShore. 6 foot, 225-pound sophomore out of Champaign, played at Centennial High School. It's good for 17 yards.
LaShore, another young man who got playing time as a true freshman. Played 9 games last year, started 1 at running back.
Well, they bring it back to the other side, and again it's Sykes. And Sykes run out of bounds at around the 41-yard line. So they're picking up chunks of yardage, and if they can be patient, just continue to do this.
And I think at some point you're going to want here in the second half, you're Illinois, everything's short, everything's out to the sides, crossing routes. At some point, fake something short, maybe like a screen over to the trips and run one guy deep, see if he can't get a quick one.
Again, Williams, the lone setback. Weatherspoon faking blitz, and here he comes. He's picked up nicely, and the pass thrown complete, and that is Cumberland, and Cumberland loses the football, and Missouri has recovered it. What was I saying just 2 seconds ago? They play well, they play well, they play well, then they shoot themselves in the foot. Wow. Del Howard makes the recovery. Second turnover of the afternoon by the Illini. And look where it occurs at the 25-yard line.
They get something going. Great ball by Juice Williams. Well, and that's Geddes. And Geddes is a young man that they're expecting a lot out of.
Was he's the only regular returner in that secondary, and he has played well today.
But that shouldn't have been enough to knock that ball loose.
Looking pattern over the middle, Andrew Jones, and now that's either 3 or 4 receptions for him. Andrew is one of the young men that they talked about as far as personnel groupings that you can play with the defense's mind, because they'll use him at wide receiver as well as tight end.
Well, there was a guy named Chase Kaufman here in the last few years that did that very well.
Derek Washington.
24.
Ian Thomas will try to get a total on him, but he's got to be getting close to double figures in tackles. Ian Thomas, sophomore out of Berwyn Heights, Maryland.
Well, for Illinois and again Missouri, feeling like they're going to move the ball pretty easily again. I think you hit it right on the head, Ron. It's those little tiny mistakes, and Juice Williams and Aurelius Ben did their best during the offseason to rally everybody, become leaders, but they're really going to need to focus in and clean this stuff up.
Going to go long. Step on the defender, but it's going to be overthrown. Jared Perry. Well, tonight on ABC, top 10 powerhouses Alabama and Virginia Tech collide in the Chick-fil-A kickoff game presented by Southwest Airlines. The Chick-fil-A kickoff game, all a part of Dick's Sporting Goods kickoff weekend at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on ABC.
Well, you've got 2 new offensive linemen. You've got lost a running back, new quarterback at Alabama, and anybody who's ever watched Virginia Tech play knows that Bud Foster can coach the heck out of defense. So that'll be a nice thing to see if Alabama can replace some of those guys they lost from last year.
And I wouldn't be shocked if that is a really low-scoring game because of the 2 defenses. Jake Harry, the fourth. The left footer can't get this one to turn over. But the ball is fumbled on the ground, muffed, I should say, on a punt. And it's recovered by the Illini. So can Juice come out and squeeze the Tiger on this upcoming drive? He needs to desperately. They're now down 23-3 at the 8:26 mark. We'll be right back.
Whoa! Namdi Asamoah. Man, it is scorching in here.
Come on in here, man. It feels good.
Look, if you want to be a beast, you got to stay cool in the heat of the moment. Try this. It's cold. You ready? Let's go.
Nike Pro Hypercool apparel at Dick's Sporting Goods. Better athlete, better team.
Sometimes being there means helping you afford everything a true fan needs. That's why State Farm has so many ways to save. So there's more for the little things.
I like to ride motorcycles on the edge. Edge of control. I wouldn't say I'm wild. I just like to have fun. My accident was in October, and the first time I was back on a bike was middle of January. You know, just because you have an injury doesn't mean you should give up your lifestyle or your outlook on life and what you do to sustain life.
The right look should suffice. Stay thirsty, my friends.
Someone is killing the sisters of Theta Pi.
She's really dead.
Someone they'll never see coming.
Is that you?
Sorority Row, rated R, September 11th.
The State Farm Arch Rivalry Game, brought to you by Dick's Sporting Goods. Every season starts at Dick's. And State Farm, To us, nothing's more important than being there.
He's
not even
But
touching
both of
the
those guys
electricity.
could be they could be related to Troy Pollard. So let's see if Juice and company can get it going again, hold on to the football, and get it in the end zone. Well, there's Cumberland, and had to go down low, but still didn't hold on to the football.
You're starting to just sense Illinois just seems listless. I think that last mistake, the fumble, I mean, with 8:22 left in the third, Ron Zook's squad just looks like maybe they want to get back on the bus now.
Well, there were some defensive players that had a discussion with a defensive back after the wide open touchdown that was scored on the last touchdown series by Missouri. Williams gonna take what he can and step out of bounds.
Last year, such an amazing game. The 2 interceptions, of course, came in the fourth quarter when they were making the comeback. And today, the completion percentage is okay. The interception was not his fault, went through Jenkins' hands, but got stepped on by his left guard on a 4th and 1. Fumble by Cumberland on the last drive, and Juice doing everything he can, but there's just been too many mistakes.
Third down, Ed, they need to pick up 11 yards, which the line to make is the 42. And keep an eye on Coulter, number 2. Running out of the pocket, and now gets the pass away and throws it short. And Weatherspoon may be fortunate he didn't pick up a flag, because after the ball was delivered, and the boos that you're hearing are not for Juice, but they are boos against Weatherspoon for pushing the quarterback down after he delivered.
Yep, and the referee stood there with his hand on the flag, Carl Richens, thinking about throwing it, but he decided not to.
Well, Illinois, third down conversions, 2 of 9. They have missed their last 4. Santella, the punter.
You got some room. You got some room.
Geddes, and you could hear his teammate talking to him, saying, "You've got some room." Let's take a timeout. 23-3, Missouri Tigers.
There's no way to hide it. If you drive drunk, we will find you. Cops everywhere are stepping up enforcement and cracking down like never before.
Sir, have you been drinking tonight? Sir, have you been drinking this evening?
Sir, have you been drinking tonight? Make no mistake, you will get caught and you will be arrested. Over the limit, under arrest.
Okay, so I've done the math on this never-ending pasta bowl. 42 different sauce and pasta combinations.
Well, you do the math. I'm doing the Alfredo.
The never-ending pasta bowl with new roasted portobello pomodoro. Choose all the sauce and pasta combinations you want for just $8.95 at Olive Garden.
2 for 1. What a deal.
Buy Guitar Hero 5 in September, and you'll also get the unreleased Guitar Hero Van Halen. Over 130 tracks, all kinds of rock.
This morning we woke up to more sobering news about the state of our economy. In total, we've lost nearly 1.2 million jobs this year, and more than 10 million Americans are now unemployed. Tens of millions of families are struggling to figure out how to pay the bills and stay in their homes. Their stories are an urgent reminder that we are facing the greatest economic challenge of our lifetime, and we're going to have to act swiftly to resolve it.
This is a special announcement. If you currently have debt in excess of $10,000 or more, time is not on your side. Take the first step now and call the Debt Relief Helpline on the bottom of your screen.
I'm going to confront this economic crisis head-on by taking all necessary steps to ease the credit crisis, help hardworking families, and restore growth and prosperity.
This is the time to build a plan to settle your debt and work towards financial freedom. So make the call now.
On the sideline, Denario Alexander, 8 receptions, 126 yards. And He has been magnificent.
And it was this game 2 years ago. That was the ninth catch of the game. Third down that sealed it. You can see his left arm dragging there. Just shattered his wrist as he lands with the safety on top of him. Came back for the Big 12 championship game, but hurt his knee in that game. Had 3 ACL surgeries over the course of 14 months. Still wears that big brace, but he's been a guy that Gabbert, he may be done for the day. The look of him, he may be done for the day. I don't think they want to risk him. He's got 8 catches. They don't want to jinx him with that 9th.
That's Derek Washington on the sweep. Has 5, has 10, and it'll be a first down, Missouri Tigers, as they rush the ball well on this play. Bo Flowers, a sophomore out of Maywood, Illinois.
And this is just the zone read. So it's zone blocking up front. And Derek Washington, you know, is interesting talking to David Yost, said kind of has a funny running style. He doesn't pick his feet up very much, and he doesn't look like he's making people miss, but he just slides really well.
That's his longest run of the day. That pass to Andre Jones, and he's been a very popular man with the quarterback. And he's been getting open as Martez Wilson makes the tackle, and I believe that is 4 catches for Andrew Jones now.
Well, you got to start getting used to some new names. That position was owned by Chase Kaufman for many years. Denari Alexander. Got to get used to that name instead of Jeremy Macklin, and Gabbert instead of Daniel.
And that's Devin Moore.
26, Devin Moore, the ball carrier.
And you get a sense right now. Illinois is just out of gas. Hands on hips. They're walking around. They're all flat-footed. I just think the energy has been completely pulled from them.
Third down. They need about 1.5 yards. Ian Thomas for Illinois now with 7.5 tackles in this ball game. Again, short safety valve pass, and Alexander did come back in the ball game, so there's catch number 9, and it'll move the sticks. This is one of the situations, one of the pass plays that you see a lot more of in the Big 12 Conference, made popular by Texas Tech, by Texas, by Oklahoma, and that is the quick short releases, getting them open, and still moving the football and the chains. Middle screen, Perry, open. Count them off. 20, 15, 10, 5, touchdown. Jared Perry, the sophomore out of Lamar, Texas, 46 yards. Extra point attempt. Wrestle knocks it home, and Ed, take us to break. We're going to take another look at the touchdown.
Well, as Illinois fans start to file for the exits, unfortunately, nothing but a simple screenplay. We mentioned that the energy was out of Illinois' defense. You see it right there. Too many bodies around not to make that tackle. 30-3. Missouri's on a roll.
Cheez-It bakes so much real cheese in such small bites. People are wondering,
how does Cheez-It do it? I know. Cheez-It.
Where do you come up with this stuff?
Hi, Dad.
Lots and lots of cheese baked into little bites. Cheez-It, the big cheese.
From Wagner comes a revolution in power painting. Optimus dual tip technology with a more refined spray pattern here. This dual tip design delivers better paint coverage here, superior control here, and a beautiful finish here. All of which adds more to life out here. The new Optimus Power Painter with dual tip technology only from Wagner. And through September 7th, save $20 on the Wagner Power Painter with Optimus dual tip and turbo motor only at Lowe's.
Welcome back to the State Farm Arch Rivalry game, where our score is Missouri 30, Illinois 3. Ron Franklin and Cunningham coming to you from the Edward Jones Dome in St. Louis.
I like its nickname.
The Ed.
Yeah, I approve of that nickname.
Well, boy, I'll tell you what, those guys don't approve of very much that they have seen today when you look at those Illini fans. And as Tanner Mills prepares to kick it off, A.J. Jenkins or Pollard need to make something happen here, because now the hill has gotten even higher, down by 27 at the 5:39 mark of the third quarter. Pollard.
29, Pollard on a return.
I had a thought maybe that Eddie McGee might come trotting in instead of Juice Williams, but 5:33 in the third, down 30-3.
And to repeat for those who are just joining us, if you're wondering about Aurelius Ben, injured his ankle in the very first series by the Illini, out for the ball game. And also Jason Ford, who started at tailback because of Dufresne with an injured ankle. Jason Ford with an injured ankle as well. Option pitch, short yardage out to the 25 is Mikel LaShore.
And Ford and Dufresne being out, obviously your first and second string, but there's a look at Eddie McGee, the junior quarterback out of Washington, D.C. But so much depth at running back. And they have a lot of depth at wide receiver, too. But after Illinois State, Ohio State, Penn State, Michigan State, they have got to get Aurelius Ben. Hopefully it's not one of those, if you're an Illini fan, one of those dreaded high ankle sprains, because they're going to need that young man improve. They're going to need to improve as well.
Yep, you are. Juice Williams holds on to the football, and it's going to be third down and long as Terrell Rosano, a sophomore out of Jefferson City, is over there to make the tackle.
Well, and this defense for Missouri running under new defensive coordinator Dave Steckel. Matt Eberflus, the longtime defensive coordinator for Gary Pinkel, took the linebacking job with the Cleveland Browns. And Steckel, his first time as a defensive coordinator, ex-Marine. I would say he coaches at volume.
Well, here we go. Third down. Line to make is the 31. That's LaShore in motion to the top of your screen. Williams throws it near sideline, and it's complete and good enough for the first down. Jack Ramsey, first time we've seen him with a catch today. He too is out of Chicago Simeon. Kevin Rutland made the tackle for the Tigers.
And that's the frustrating thing if you're rooting for Illinois. They've moved the ball.
They have moved the ball.
They really have moved it fairly well. I mean, only 227 yards right now, so not a huge number, but they've moved it, and then they just, something happens.
They fake it to LaShore, takes it right up into the middle, trying to use him as a blocker. Juice wound up in front of him, and Sean Weatherspoon was there to wrap him up.
Looked like that play Navy was running against Ohio State today, where they'd fake the handoff to the fullback and then follow him right behind. A couple of long runs. Boy, that was a close game.
A lot closer than the Buckeye faithful wanted it to be, huh?
Yes.
Sykes pushed out of bounds at the 45. Ron Franklin, Ed Cunningham coming to you from the Edward Jones Dome in St. Louis, Missouri. All a part of what is called the arch rivalry between Missouri and Illinois. And the Tigers trying to make it 5 in a row. In fact, you have to go back to 1896, the last time that Illinois beat this Tiger football team here in this city. Now, they have not played every year, but that's a long time. And the number is growing. Coulter bringing pressure, got by him, throws the pass complete. That's a nice grab on the far sideline, and good for the first down by LaShore.
And you talk about this city, St. Louis, how important it has been to Gary Pinkel and his staff. When they took over in 2001, one of the reasons they wanted a game here, and of course started recruiting heavy here, this city was walled off for them. all the Big Ten schools would come down and there's a lot of high school football talent in St. Louis, and Gary Pinkel and his staff have done a wonderful job of rekindling a lot of those high school coach relationships. Are starting to get good players out of here. Jeremy Macklin, guys like that, really have helped turn around this program.
Oma Noanua on the receiving end of that. First time that he has made a catch today.
6'5", 270 pounds.
I'm going to leave that up to you saying his name the rest of the
Oma
name.
Noanua. Yeah, well, I played at Washington. We had a lot of guys out of the Hawaiian Islands play there. It's got to roll off the tongue.
8th play of the drive. It all started back at the 21-yard line. 30-3, the Missouri Tigers. And we go under a minute and a half to play. Near sideline, caught this time by Cumberland, and that's good for the first down at the 32-yard line. And now they're getting in the territory where disaster strikes. They just got to finish. But this is a good-looking drive.
Got to start taking some positive out of here, Ron. And you've been saying it from about the middle of the second quarter. This offensive line continues to pass block very well. They gave up 25 sacks last year, one of the worst in the Big Ten, and they've shown vast improvement.
Well, it's Pollard. No, kept by the quarterback. Nice fake. Looked as though Pollard had the ball, and Juice stays with it and takes it all the way down to the 22-yard line. Not enough for the first down, but very, very close. Actually got it down to play with here. Is this the one you throw on? Little play action?
I think so.
Because you got a second down and just inches.
Their 6'3" receiver Cordell Scott is up top. Right here. Safety's looking inside. He may not be getting help up top.
It looked like a lineman moved early, but no call. And Pollard is going to be stopped, but after he has picked up the first down.
That was interesting. He slid.
Jasper Simmons.
Yeah, on top of Jasper Simmons, and his knee didn't touch, and good job by Pollard to put that hand down. Simmons, a junior college transfer, first year Tiger program, but that was a nice job by Pollard to put his hand down, realize his knee never touched, and pick up a few more yards.
LaShore and Pollard in the ball game now. First down, and the Illini at the 13.5-yard line. LaShore breaks the tackle inside the 10, bumped out of bounds at the 4.5-yard line. And that is the end of the third quarter. So we take a timeout. 30-3 Missouri as we head to the final 15 minutes.
It's time to blow it up, time to lock and load, time to take the field, time to start the show. This is our moment, this is our time.
At 38, most QBs are opening car dealerships and steakhouses, but Kurt Warner, he just bagged his 4th consecutive 300-yard game. And you? Missed it because you've got cable? Get with the program. DirecTV is the only way to watch any game you want, no matter where you live. Looks like somebody's been swimming in the fountain of youth.
Watch any game you want. Switch now and get 5 months of our best TV package for free. Call 1-800-DIRECTV.
Say hello to the can-doers, the budget masters, the knockout artists who are finding more ways to spread their dollar further, to bolder color in less time. Say hello to newer ideas and lowered prices, enabling more people to turn more saving into more doing. That's the power of the Home Depot.
For the first time, get $5 off top brands like Bear, Glidden, Ralph Lauren, and Fresh Air.
Plug into your surrogate and live the life you've always wanted without any danger.
What began as a murder,
First homicide in years,
will uncover a conspiracy.
This could be just the beginning.
That will change our world forever.
How do I stop this? You're going to be a witness to the rebirth of humanity.
Wait! It's already started.
What happens now?
Surrogates, rated PG-13, in theaters September 25th.
On a road trip, I map out the cheapest gas station so I can save a few bucks. We can spend it on
Dog food, bags of it. So we use a credit card that gives us cash back.
It's always good to buy only solid colored wrapping paper. It's good for every occasion, like...
New snowblower. I got it off-season, half price. It's a man machine. It's aggressive.
At Citi, we know everyone's talking about spending smarter. And we've got lots of ways to help, like credit cards with cash back. Because we all have to spend, so let's be smart about it. And that's why Citi never sleeps.
It's Jimmy Football with Bud Light, and I'm going to turn your next tailgate into an awesome gate. It all starts right here with these tailgate-tested treasures. Natural fake grass can koozies, we got them. Speaker in a box, kapow! A tailgate companion, bow wow! Just go to tailgateapproved.com and remember, Bud Light is tailgate approved.
The 40th season of Monday Night Football, coming September 14th.
Ideas for next week's show? I got a few things. A key cam, a picture-in-picture with one camera always on me.
Come on.
Okay.
Come on. Right.
You'll love this one. Key matchups.
Hey, I like that.
Okay, notice how the pocket square and tie match up with the fuchsia socks. Okay, you don't like that one. I have another one.
Sunday NFL Countdown, presented by IBM. Sundays at 11.
And we are back in St. Louis, Missouri, and the stats, Ed, through three quarters.
Well, through Missouri, you got to be happy. 351 yards through three quarters. That 281 yards for Illinois. About 130, 140 of them come in the last two drives. They've done some things, and of course, the one before this ended with a fumble by Cumberland. But those yards after catch, very impressive. A lot of short throws for a young quarterback. But Denario Alexander, Westcamp, these guys have done a good job in the open field on those short throws.
They got 75 yards on this drive right here.
Yeah.
So we're about to start play with a second down and about a yard for the Illini, knocking on the door, trying to make this a 30-10 football game. Going to keep it himself, and is going to be knocked down, and that is Alden Smith, the 6'5" redshirt freshman out of Raytown, Missouri. So he loses one in this drive now at 74 yards.
And Aurelius Ben didn't have a whole lot of touchdown catches last year, but still, it would change things quite a bit to have your 6'2", 225-pound preseason All-American wide receiver who's off the field with a bum ankle.
Third down. They can pick up a first down. Looks to throw, has it complete. Pollard, and he was knocked out of bounds right on the yard marker, and they're going to spot it, I believe, enough for the first down. That was Weatherspoon who tagged him and knocked him down hard.
Weatherspoon got just a tad hesitant on that. He backed off thinking there would be a receiver behind him, and there wasn't. That was a one-shot deal. If the running back Pollard wasn't there, Juice Williams would have had to tuck it down, but Weatherspoon just hesitated for half a second, and that's why they were able to pick up the first down.
LaShore, right side. In the vicinity of the 1-yard line or just inside of it.
You've got to figure that Gary Pinkel and his staff love the fact that this drive is taking so long. That clock has just been melted. Third quarter just flew by. It's already starting to melt away here in the fourth with a 27-point lead.
15th play of the drive. Touchdown, Illinois. Mikel LaShore. 15 plays. But Ed, your point is so well taken. The fact that, that's about the only, they just had to chip away. But they had two other occasions when they were chipping, and all of a sudden they put the ball on the ground or made another mistake. Matt Eller to attempt the extra point. And he missed it. Wow. I'm telling you, when things go bad, they go bad, don't they? That was a spiral that he place kicked. The touchdown by LaShore is called a timeout.
People hang on his every word, even the prepositions. He could disarm you with his looks or his hands. Either way, he can speak French, in Russian. He is the most interesting man in the world.
I don't always drink beer, but when I do, I prefer Dos Equis. Stay thirsty, my friends.
This Labor Day, come into any Chick-fil-A from 10:30 a.m. to close wearing your favorite sports team logo and get a free chicken sandwich.
We all have confidence. We all have doubt. But when the moment comes, what's gonna win? Here's to confidence.
I've been dreaming, I'm dreaming.
Gillette helps you look, feel, be your best. Gillette, the best a man can get.
I'm Dr. Love. This is Dr. Pepper Cherry. It has a kiss of cherry flavor. This devilish elixir has a kiss of cherry.
Dad, it's not kiss. It's kiss of cherry. It's amazingly smooth. Be smooth.
Dr. Pepper Cherry is amazingly smooth. Trust me, I'm a doctor.
Papa John wants everybody to know why our pizza's better, so he's bringing it right to them. Introducing Papa John's new Cinnapie, our fresh dough loaded with sweet cinnamon topping. Get one free when you buy a large 2-topping pizza, just $11.99.
Well, did you know Illinois is 0-5 in neutral site season openers?
And they've got one more year in this contract against Missouri here in St. Louis. They haven't won against Missouri in St. Louis since the turn of the century. Not this century, last century, 1896. So I don't know that they're going to renew that contract, Ron. Hadn't been so good for them here.
Boy, it really hasn't. But you know what? If they take the opportunity to come into St. Louis and play away from themselves, that might not be wise either.
Yeah, they've always recruited very well. Although Ron Zook now starting to spread out. We saw a young man from Kentucky. They get a ton of guys out of the Washington, D.C., Maryland, Northern Virginia area. Not as many Missourians on the squad as used to be for Illinois under Ron Zook.
This is Demke, who is kicking off for Illinois. And it's going to be taken at the 13-yard line. Jackson out to around the 27. And a reminder, the NASCAR Sprint Cup heads back south for Labor Day weekend. Now, remember, only 2 races left for those that they got to get off the bubble and into the chase. NASCAR Sprint Cup Series is at Atlanta. That coverage begins 7 o'clock Eastern on ESPN with NASCAR Countdown. Telecast is presented by Pennzoil. Derek Washington. And I think Gary Pinkel has said, you know, guys, David Yost, my offensive coordinator, if we can take some more heat off this young quarterback, run the football successfully, run the clock out a little bit here, it's going to help everybody.
Been awfully efficient. He looked just a little shaky in the first quarter when the pocket would break down, but seemed to even grow in that area as the game went on.
Pressure off the outside, and the pass is caught, and I think it was caught with a knee on the ground. Wes Kemp.
There's one thing that Gabbert does that I really like. When pressure is coming, he has a strong enough arm to throw off his back foot, but he doesn't fall away. He doesn't step into it because, you know, he's about to get nailed, and that's just the tendency, but he doesn't fall all the way back, so he's not relying completely on that strong arm when there's a free guy about to hit him. He's completed a couple of balls that way today.
Third down. They need to take it out to the 36-yard line. And there's Alexander, and a flag comes from deep down the field. The ball is loose. Alexander with his 10th catch. And has he turned it over to the Illini?
Well, 30-9 with 12:01 left.
Well, you see Wes Kemp coming out of the huddle saying, hey, it's still our ball. The officials are not convinced, and they can't get the bodies unpiled.
Good hustle down the field by Jason Palmgren. Offensive guard, backup offensive guard in there.
Number 29, offense. 15-yard penalty. Repeat, third down.
Jarrell Jackson with a block below the knees. And so Missouri's going to take pretty good-sized walk back. It's going to make it third down and very long. And Illinois stands a chance to get a decent field position.
Yeah, that's why you look at Gary Pinkel there a moment ago, and guys that have been around the game as long as Gary has. He's been a head coach since 1991. And obviously an assistant coach for many years before that. He was offense coordinator at Washington while I was playing there. Guys like that have been around long enough. 30-9, 12:01 left. You get a turnover, a quick score by the other team. So many things can go wrong. You just got to work with a young team how to stay focused in these moments.
Let me tell you something. He also is a good guy to work for, because until this year, he had not had any turnover on his staff at all.
It's almost unbelievable from 2001 when he got there to 2008 when Dave Christensen, his offense coordinator, took the head coaching job at Wyoming, and Matt Eberflus, defense coordinator, took a linebacker job in the pros. They had no turnover on this staff, and I think that goes a long way in how they've turned it around too.
Deep in the pocket, far sideline, got a guy there, and Jared Perry, did he catch it? They say yes, and he caught it in bounds. It is enough for the first down, and this really backs up what you were talking about, the strong arm under pressure, but he didn't fall back when he threw it.
They are really having a hard time. The safeties for Illinois are just really struggling with their coverage. That's DeRay Hicks. Excuse me. Flowers, yeah, excuse me, who was late just like Hardman was earlier on a very similar route.
No, this is going to wind up being a loss of 3 or 4 yards. Clay Nurse makes the tackle. Good look at Clay. He rotates with Antonio James at that defensive end spot.
Well, Illinois has a lot of things to clean up. I mentioned they play Illinois State next, but then they go Ohio State, Penn State, Michigan State. If they don't get things cleaned up with these mistakes, guys out of position, they're going to be out of the Big Ten race before it starts.
Second down. Gabbard going to be a little quarterback draw. Has 5, has 10, goes down, but not before he picks up the first down. Reese Davis, let's check back with you.
Ron, every week, you know we honor the ESPN and the AT&T All-America Player of the Week. You can vote for whoever you want to. We've got an early candidate from Purdue. Danny Hope's debut, Ralph Bolden, went for 234 yards. You can text your vote every week to 345-345 on your AT&T Wireless. Might win a trip to the national championship game before it's over.
A little straight ahead. They actually did not give him the first down on that quarterback carry, but on this one he'll get it. Legit makes the tackle.
Well, Gabbert looks like he's limping just a little bit, doesn't he?
You know, I was going to ask you when he was walking on the sideline, that shot we had of him just a little bit ago.
Yeah, look, just
walking gingerly.
Yeah.
Washington inside the 25, and he's still on his feet. Takes it with a second effort all the way down to the 10-yard line. DeRay Hicks hanging on for dear life.
You know, I understand what David Yost, the new offensive coordinator, was talking about with his running style. He's 225 pounds. On a 32-yard carry, it doesn't look like he's moving that fast or he's making big moves, but he just makes people miss by enough. He understands angles and leverage very well.
Moore comes into the lineup, and they give him the ball. Can he turn the corner? Well, he's going to be stopped after a gain of only about 1. Devin, one of the youngsters from right here in St. Louis, Hazelwood Central High School, 5'9", 195.
And he comes up limping a little bit.
Yeah, he sure is.
But talking about this St. Louis area, guys like Moore, 8, 9, 10 years ago, Ron, those guys wouldn't even have considered Missouri, and now it's one of the ones that's on the top of their list.
10th play of the drive right here. Gabbert, quarterback draw, design play. 5, counted as a touchdown. And you can tell by the reaction of his teammates, that's going to be big in the locker room because he has gained a ton of respect from his teammates today now. And he should have. He has played so really well within himself.
Yeah, he hasn't forced the ball. And I think David Yost has called a wonderful game. He's not put a lot on a young quarterback making his first start in his hometown.
So let's take a look at what really set it up. That 32-yard run, and you to describe it, by Washington.
He gets it down there, and then we heard from Yost that they were going to start using Gabbert's athletic ability. What a great call here, Ron.
Some say David Abernathy's extraordinary confidence began at birth, when he congratulated the doctor on a perfect delivery. He later approached the much older Carrie Pecor and simply said, "Call me." And she did. At 24, he performed open-heart surgery in a crowded opera house with a ballpoint pen. But when it comes to car buying, he's as nervous as anyone. So at 28, David Abernathy used Cars.com to regain his confidence to get the perfect car at the perfect price.
Whoa! Namdi Asamoah. Man, it is scorching in here.
Come on in here, man. It feels good. Look, if you want to be a beast, you gotta stay cool in the heat of the moment. Try this. It's cold. You ready? Let's go.
Nike Pro Hypercool apparel at Dick's Sporting Goods. Better athlete, better team.
Let me tell you why you need to watch football in HD. For the one-handed grabs, for those naked bootlegs, and all the punishing hits. Hold up. You're not watching football in standard def, are you? Only DirecTV brings you every NFL game in crystal clear HD. Real funny, fellas. Real funny.
Get every game, every Sunday, all in high def at NFL Sunday Ticket and Superfan today.
Premiering this weekend on DirecTV Cinema.
Coffee's free for friends of the press. I heard a young woman was murdered.
An aide to Congressman Collins was found dead this morning.
Collins is an old friend of yours, is that right?
I'm gonna see what I can find.
When everyone is a suspect.
Who might have wanted Sonia dead?
When everything is connected.
This murder is covering up the real story.
Anyone can be a target.
Get down!
State of Play. Available same day as DVD. Movies playing on channels 125 through 199.
The State Farm Arch Rivalry Game is presented by Cars.com, where confidence comes standard.
Now the St. Louis Gateway Arch, really an elegant monument to the western expansion in the United States, located on the banks of the Mississippi River. It's 630 feet tall as stainless steel, and it rises above this city skyline. It cost $13 million to build. And by the way, the braces underneath are 60 feet deep as you look at the trophy that comes out of this Arch Rival Series, presented by State Farm. Missouri now 440 total yards, Illinois 285. Tanner Mills will kick it off as you look into the eyes of Troy Pollard. And it's going to be Pollard at the goal line. 25, 30, and the 33-yard line. Well, tonight, a reminder, and this ought to be a dandy, on ABC, top 10 powerhouses, Alabama and Virginia Tech are going to get together in the Chick-fil-A kickoff game presented by Southwest Airlines. Chick-fil-A kickoff game, all a part of Dick's Sporting Goods kickoff week at 8 Eastern, 5 o'clock Pacific time on ABC.
And Virginia Tech going to need a lot out of Tyrod Taylor. Darren Evans, over 1,000 yards rushing last year, blew out his knee in training camp. Taylor, a fine runner. A lot of young receivers last year. Let's see if they've matured for Virginia Tech.
Well, they lost their #1 running back, Virginia Tech also. Tell you what, that's Cumberland again taking his eyes off the ball a little quickly.
Yeah, and I've seen that several times tonight with Illinois. And they returned 9 of their top 10 pass catchers from last year. So they're experienced guys. A lot of guys cradling the ball, allowing it to get to that breastplate of their shoulder pads, which is obviously hard plastic. You'd like to see these guys start to catch the ball out in front of them with their hands, because that's at least the 3rd drop we've seen with a guy letting it get into his chest.
And I know it's 3 because Cumberland has 2 of them. Look out from behind and tripped up. Smith got to him. Let's take a look at the quarterback comparison so far.
And to be fair to Juice Williams, he's without his best player in Aurelius Ben. He's without his top 2 running backs. But don't take anything away from Gabbert. A little shaky early on, but he's really settled in, and it's, boy, I think this offense may have got harder to defend because of that athletic ability he has at that position.
I don't think that's the reason I said what I did in the first half. This year, you're going to have to, as the sack comes by Alden Smith, you're going to have to defend 11 players on this offense this year. And not that Chase couldn't move around and have some escapability, but this kid, they have designed plays for it.
And with Chase Daniel, it became a pass-first offense. And now I think Missouri starting to show some of that talent that they've been recruiting. You know, these players felt really disrespected that they were picked 3rd and in some places 4th in the Big 12 North. And they've come out way more focused than Illinois has, that's for sure.
He'll get us with the fair catch, and he makes it. Santella with a dandy punt. Timeout on the field, 37-9, Missouri.
See, the high life is about celebrating, not separating. We coming for your VIPs, and we ain't the paparazzi. We looking for the little fuzzy rope. How you doing? Yeah, we're not on that. I can guarantee that. Excuse us. Thank you so much. Paying extra money so other people can't sit next to you. You know where I come from. We party together with a good, honest beer at a tasty price. Fuzzy rope to make y'all feel more important. Common sense ain't on the guest list. These people know how to do it. That's it. Hey!
Every day, millions of people count on ADT to always watch out for their homes and businesses. As a technology leader, we're constantly reinventing the way you think about security, helping you stay connected to your home and business like never before. For over 130 years, we've been there when it matters most, for what matters most. And we always will be. Choose America's home security leader and save $250 today on an ADT home security system. ADT, always there.
When I think of value, I think of something that's going to last. Something that's priced right. I think of Wrangler. Always have.
For unbeatable comfort and value, you can count on Wrangler 5-star premium denim jeans. Built comfortable with a relaxed fit. Priced right for a great value.
You can pay more, but you won't get more.
Wrangler, real, comfortable jeans.
LG NV Touch. Bigger, better picture for bigger, better entertainment. The LG NV Touch. Is it a phone or something better?
You're watching college football, presented by Cars.com.
Welcome back to St. Louis. You're looking at Jimmy Costello, the new quarterback in the ball game for the Missouri Tigers. So Blaine Gabbert is headed for rest that is well-deserved. We'll give you his closing numbers in a little bit. Kendall Lawrence in the ball game, number 30 at running back out of Rockwall, Texas. Catches the ball extremely well. Watching him as they worked out yesterday. And he gets the handoff on first down and is going to pick up about 3.5, 4 yards on this one. Ian Thomas was still another tackle on the afternoon. And I see Travis Ruth, the number 2 center, redshirt freshman out of Jeff City, Missouri, in the ball game. J.T. Beasley at guard, sophomore out of Dyersburg.
And this is really important time for Jimmy Costello because he's a walk-on from Liberty, Missouri. And they lost a little depth. They ran Blaine Dalton, a true freshman, off the team after he was arrested for suspicion of driving under the influence. And Ashton Glazer, another true freshman, who they're going to try to redshirt. So not much depth at quarterback. It's nice to get the walk-on Costello some time.
Well, this time a play is going to be stopped for a loss. Well, we're talking about Gabbert. Let's draw a line under his day as he's sitting next to his favorite receiver today, Alexander.
Well, they talked all week to us about his arm strength, but I think the thing that I was most impressed was how he bounced back from a little tiny bit of a shaky start. And the coaches talked about his speed, and they want to get him involved in the run game, a new wrinkle. And, of course, once your day's over with numbers like that, who do you go sit next to? You go sit next to Denario Alexander. That's who you want to talk to. That's who you want to be around. Make sure you keep that connection going.
That's your pacifier.
Yeah, do you think?
I mean, he's in double digits in catches today. Oh, nice grab right there, and that is Agnew. Michael Agnew, still another young receiver. He's only a sophomore out of Plainview, Texas, and Missouri's going to depend on this year. And so,
yeah,
now they have. I think it goes back to what you were talking about. Gary has really set up a good situation as far as just continuing to roll them in as far as talented players at every position.
Well, and everyone talked about all the starters that they lost, but the one thing they've been doing a lot of over the last couple of years is letting guys get playing time. And you're starting to see that a lot in these programs where, I mean, when I went to school, if you weren't a first stringer, you just didn't play. And now that's starting to change where second and third stringers are getting a lot of time, so they're not like first-time starters when they get in there.
Look at Harvey. He has knocked this thing dead inside the 5-yard line. Jake Harvey, the fourth. All right, his first punt went dead where he had around the 4-yard line, and this one here is a 70-yard boot going dead at the 1-yard line. That first one that he kicked was 60 yards. And to make it more difficult, he's a left footer.
Oh, that's an interesting point. We were watching during warmups. If you've ever tried to field a punt, especially one that's a tight spiral and turns over, it drifts. And you really have to guess where it's going to land. It's kind of an art form. Well, if you don't have somebody that kicks it left foot in practice, it drifts the other way. And it really fouls you up.
Eddie McGee comes in at quarterback. He'll have LaShore behind him at tailback. Well, tonight, ESPN presents the Dick's Sporting Goods Cowboy Classic. Reigning Heisman Trophy winner Sam Bradford and the Oklahoma Sooners are going to kick off their season at that brand new Dallas Cowboys Stadium. And, of course, they'll be taking on BYU. That game at 7 Eastern. It comes on immediately following this ball game in about 30 minutes from now.
And look up Rule 413-K. That's the one that talks about a punt that hits something other than the field of play, because, of course, the low-hanging fruit at the new Dallas Stadium.
Well, McGee throws this one complete and knocked out of bounds around the 5. It's Hubie Graham.
But if you are wondering, in college football, if a free or scrimmage kick hits something other than a player's equipment, official's equipment, or the ground, you replay that down. So if a punter from BYU or Oklahoma hits the largest television ever thought of, they'll replay that down.
Well, it's going to be third down. You got to take it out across the 11-yard line, and he's back to throw. Short of the first down at the 9-yard line. It's Baston who's there to make the tackle. And also Luke Lambert.
Well, just such a frustrating day for Juice Williams. Loses not just the other best player on the team, but another leader in Aurelius Ben. Those two guys really had taken charge of this squad. To lose him that early, just such a disappointment.
That's Giroux who returns it. So let's take a look at Missouri's schedule. And I guarantee you there are a lot of people on this schedule that certainly were not taking them lightly, but thinking of it in a different vein, as they've got Furman, Nevada, Nebraska. If Nebraska game is in Columbia, then at Oklahoma State. Wow, that one has taken on a bigger, particularly if they were to get by the next three. And no, in fact, then the week after that, Texas. I guarantee you, Mac Brown is turning his head when he will see this or hear about this score today. Let's check in with Reese Davis. He's got an update at Oklahoma State. Speaking of the Cowboys.
It's been a tough, hard-fought game, Ron. Oklahoma State started shaky. They've been really in control of this, putting pressure on Joe Cox. He fumbled the football deep in his own territory. Hoke's on the move right now. In fact, just scored a touchdown. It is now 24-10. Oklahoma State is up. Max Hall leading BYU in against Oklahoma. That's coming up, top of the hour.
You know, Reese, it's an interesting thing. A new defensive coordinator, Coach Young, who was at Kansas, went to Miami and came back to his alma mater. And it looks as though that defense really responded today. And that could be huge to go along with their offense, which is already very good.
Yeah, I would think that if you look around the Big 12, that might have been the most important hire during the offseason was Bill Young coming back to his alma mater to coach at Oklahoma State, because
he actually took a cut in salary.
And that was what really hurt Oklahoma State last year. They've got such great offensive talent in Des Bryant, Kendall Hunter, Zach Robinson, all that great talent. But Bill Young, who really exceeded all expectations at Kansas with the talent that they had there year in and year out. It's a great hire.
Third down. Clock is now under 2 minutes, and the ball in and out of the hands of the intended receiver, Mo.
Mo, another one of those young men out of St. Louis. Gatorade Player of the Year in the state of Missouri.
Second one that he's butterfingered to.
Yeah, well, he was a quarterback this time last year, so he's still trying to figure out how to catch him on a regular basis. But they said he's a tough, competitive young man.
Player of the Year in the state of Missouri.
But again, just how important this city, St. Louis, has been to the resurgence of Missouri football. You cannot overstate it.
Rebner, and he also is the sidewinder kicker, and it bounces right to Faison. And Faison will take it back to the 15-yard line. So 1 minute and 43 seconds showing on the clock, and it's a 37-9 ball game. And
Illinois first and 10 from their own 16.
Eddie McGee obviously going to close out this ball game at quarterback, and he throws this one complete, and that's Ramsey. Juice on the sidelines, 18 of 28, 179, one pick. It actually was, as Ed said, was not his fault. It went right through the hands of the intended receiver. Should have caught it, but did not. And this one lofted a little too high, incomplete. It'll be.
And I think the challenge for Illinois coming out of this game, obvious things that need to be fixed. There's some health issues. You've got to get Ben healthy. You've got to get Ford healthy. But, you know, last year this was a divided locker room. So just make sure, guys, they worked very hard during the offseason. They broke up the team into groups of 10 where they kind of policed each other. Ben and Williams worked so hard to police the team. Just keep that all together, all that hard work. Make sure you don't forget about what you did during the offseason to work on that chemistry.
Eddie McGee, and he gets knocked down hard, but he'll have the first down. Trey Hopson defensively as you look at Gabbert on the near side of the field. And one of the things that Ed is alluding to, both Ben and Williams acted as policemen. And there was an area downtown, bars that are listed as off limits. And they went down there to check and see if some of the players were going against. Did he catch it in bounds? Yes, the official is going to say it is caught at the 49.5-yard line. Chris James. Anyway, just to put a period on the story, they went down to check and they ran out the ball players who were down there. And so some of them said, hey, you're a snitch. He said, we're not a snitch. We're being a team guy.
You're in or you're out. Yeah. And it's up to those guys. It's up to 7 and 9. You're a leader when things are going good, and you got to be even a better leader when things are going bad.
So the clock is at 45 seconds. And it's going to be 5 in a row for the Missouri Tigers. And Ron Zook, I know this, after visiting with him yesterday on the field, and his exuberance is, you know, something that's infectious, but he certainly expected a lot more out of his football team than what he got today. And started with the injury to Ben, but then they had a lot of other things that happened that had nothing to do with that.
And that'll be the thing, Ron, when they go look at the film, they're going to break out 5 or 6 different things that if Williams doesn't get stepped on by the left guard, if Cumberland doesn't fumble, if the ball doesn't go through the hands of Jenkins, this is a totally different game.
Yeah, it is.
And that's a lot, but I think they're going to be really disappointed in themselves.
Now that ball is overthrown. 16 seconds on the clock. So we talked about Illinois, and you saw their downtrodden mood that they are in, and then you look at the Missouri side of the field, and that young man right there, Gabbert, has turned a lot of heads in this conference and a lot of heads in this city, because he came home, and folks, this is the dream, to start your first collegiate ball game in your hometown. And you know, he not only did not disappoint, I think he shocked even some people who knew how well he could play. So the pass incomplete on 4th down. It'll be Missouri football, and obviously the last 10 seconds, what you're going to see is the quarterback, Jimmy Costello, falling on the football, taking a knee.
And I think that all of those writers that picked Missouri 3rd or 4th in the Big 12 North may be rethinking that vote.
There's the knee, and this one is in the record books in about 5.43 seconds. Missouri will win it. It's 5 in a row in the series played here at the Edward Jones Dome. Once again, our final score, it is Missouri 37 and Illinois 9. Now here are Reese Davis, Lou Holtz, and Mark May in the Bristol studio. Gentlemen.
All right, Ron, so an impressive performance for the reigning Big 12 North champs, and here come the champions of the entire conference. Oklahoma and Bob Stoops getting set to take on BYU. We'll kick it off at the top of the hour here on ESPN. Glad to have you with us. College football scoreboard. BYU and Oklahoma coming up top of the hour. My great American football panel here to my left. The Hall of Famers, Lou Holtz and Mark May. I am merely Reese Davis. You know, this could turn into be a spectacular start to the season for the Big 12. Missouri, very impressive in the showdown you just saw against Illinois. And Oklahoma State, a couple of years ago, went between the hedges in Athens to take on Georgia. And Mike Gundy declared his team not ready for the big time. Well, in the house that T. Boone Pickens rebuilt, literally pretty much every inch of it, the Pokes look ready against the Dogs. But Georgia open, 10-play, 80-yard drive, 5th-year senior. Joe Cox had been battling the flu, looked good finding Mikey Moore. Dogs up 7-0. And really, they were the more physical team, was Georgia, for most of the first half, Mark.
Big time physical on defense. Look at this hit by Brian Evans right here on Dez. Brian, welcome to SEC defense, my friend.
They wanted to remind Bryant that they would be in his grill all day, but in a 7-0 game. Now, Bryant had just moments earlier had his first catch of the game. That is a spectacular grab to tie the game at 7. Now it's a 10-7 Polk lead. This is the opening kickoff of the second half, and Parrish Cox, the active career leader with 4 kickoff returns, 4 touchdowns in the NCAA. That's already a Big 12 record. Didn't get all the way back, but put up Oklahoma State in great field position. It would lead to a touchdown. Now this in a 17-10 game. Cox not secure with a football. Strip, turnover, and Oklahoma State would take it from there and expand their lead. Here comes Robinson to Bryant again.
This is just a nice slant. Another great shot catch. Des Bryant, probably the best receiver in the country going into this season, and certainly the best coming out of this game.
He has been spectacular after this slow start. USC and San Jose State, first 5 Trojan possessions, they had 2 fumbles and 3 punts. The freshman Matt Barkley, first freshman ever to start the season opener for USC in their storied history. First to do it for a top 5 team since Ricky the Peach Leach back in 1975 from Michigan. But his best friend all day, Mark, was the Trojan running game.
It definitely was. Their offensive line. And look at the receivers. Look at those jerseys downfield for USC, picking up blockers left and right. Joe McKnight does a magnificent job of following his blockers and taking it in for the score.
Joe McKnight, they say he's a more mature guy. Went through camp looking like he wanted to be the man. Now, Stephon Johnson scored a couple of times. Bradford scored. Tyler scored. A lot of Charles White scored. I think all of the USC tailbacks.
Marcus Allen scored.
Marcus Allen. And then the first touchdown pass of Matt Barkley's career. 56-3. The freshman getting plenty of help as USC is going to open 1-0 and head to the shoe next. Nevada and Notre Dame. Now, Irish only 5-8 at home over the past couple of seasons. Jimmy Clausen, he fired a strike. Kyle Rudolph, look at Kyle use those hands. And Clausen, Clausen was razor sharp.
Unbelievable. The touchdown to Randolph was on 3rd down. Here's a 3rd down and 9. Good protection. Great throw down inside.
Jimmy likes pass protection.
I tell you, he had a tremendous day. Heisman.
Easy.
Well, watch it.
We might have to evaluate that on Final Verdict on College Football Final. Michael Floyd, great, strong play. He's one of the best receivers in the country.
Well, when you put him on one side, Golden Tate on the other, and Randolph on the inside at tight end, you got 3 great receivers.
How about 15 of 18, 315 and 4 touches? That looks like the hype that Jimmy Clausen had coming out of high school. Michigan and Western Michigan. Michigan up 7-0. And Tim Hiller threw it into traffic. Boubacar Sissoko comes up with the interception, and that would set up the Wolverines. And the Wolverines, with all of the controversy swirling around, here is Denard Robinson, the freshman who doesn't tie his shoes, Mark. He never ties his shoes.
And it's a disadvantage for the defense if he does. Look at him go, taking off to the end zone. It's amazing the speed that they've got now compared to last year. Just a couple of freshmen coming. It's a different offense for Michigan.
Well, that was one freshman quarterback. The starting freshman quarterback was Tate Forcier, and he was outstanding. 13 of 20, 179 yards, 3 touchdowns. The scintillating run by Denard Robinson, the freshman from Deerfield Beach, Florida. And you know what will make things right in the maize and blue world with Rich Rodriguez? Win a few games like that and look exciting doing it in the process. And oh, by the way, next week, Michigan and Notre Dame.
Yeah, but Michigan's been outscored the second half, 7-0. That doesn't look very, very good. They had a great first half, no doubt about it.
The glass is always full for Notre Dame. It's always half full for everybody else. I thought Michigan came out smoking like I thought they were. I thought they'd come out and run the ball very effectively. Both of those freshman quarterbacks played extremely well in this game. I thought in the second half they shut it down, but I thought this was the biggest key for Michigan. They were physical, they were enthusiastic, they flew to the ball, and their defense is much better than it was last year with Greg Robinson as defensive.
No doubt. They played as a team. They played like they enjoyed the game. They played like they were on the 20-hour rule.
And one thing I would say is that prior to the start of the season, you looked at Michigan, Notre Dame, and you went, And look, I know it was only Western Michigan, and I know Nevada had the worst pass defense in the history of the world last year, and they're well on their way to doing it again this year. But all of a sudden, there's a different perception about that game next week because both teams have shown a little spark, shown some offense, and maybe that's more of an old-school Michigan-Notre Dame feel when they play.
I think it'll be a lot of excitement going into the game, but I just think that Michigan is so inexperienced at quarterback, whereas Notre Dame is so veterans all the way along the line, offensive line, and you had to be impressed with Notre Dame's defense as well. I mean, Notre Dame's defense played exceptionally well.
You know, I think that Denard Robinson, the young quarterback from Michigan, can certainly run.
Yes.
But he can't run like Baylor's quarterback.
That's true.
Not many can.
That's true.
One of the fastest guys in the country, a track star, Robert Griffin. He's led Baylor into a position where they might be a team who can contend for a bowl bid. They take on Wake Forest. This is a key game on their schedule. Needed to get this one if they could. Riley Skinner picked off by Joe Pavelic. And if you don't know Pavelic, he's one of the best linebackers in America. Baylor in spots. They've got big-time stars. There is Griffin. This time, a little flip to Kendall Wright. He, too, pretty explosive.
Not only that, he's got some speed and some quickness and stop on the dime and go across the field, and he's gone. That's one thing this Baylor offense has now under Art Briles. They've got playmakers, and they've got speed.
And they also have trickeration. You know, Art will pitch it around a little bit. That's the double pass. Griffin to Antarius Bryant, then Lanier Sampson. 24-7 Baylor on the road at Wake. But Wake coming back. Remember how they pulled one out of the fire in the waning moments last year against Ole Miss? Skinner to Devon Brown. It got all the way to 24-21. Baylor going in there, coming up with a tremendous performance. Iowa and Northern Iowa in Kinnick Stadium. This really wasn't what Kirk Ferentz had in mind. Pat Grace to Ryan Mahaffey.
Great catch. Tremendous catch.
Laid it out there in the open space, and Mahaffey went to get it. Northern Iowa, the Panthers from the championship subdivision with a 10-3 lead. Ricky Stanzi finding Tony Moiaki, left the defender, but was taken down in Northern Iowa. Making some plays all over the place. Moiaki battled some injuries a year ago, makes a fine catch in the corner of the end zone, gets a foot down. They looked at it again. Play stands is called on the field, touchdown, and rightfully so, and Iowa had the lead. Now it's 17-16, 7 seconds to go. Billy Hallgren to win it for Northern Iowa. It is blocked. Now, it's tough to tell from this angle, but the rule is if a scrimmage kick doesn't pass the line of scrimmage, anybody can pick it up and recover it, and Northern Iowa did. Wasn't fourth down, so they get another chance. So the guy who could have picked it up for Iowa decided to just block it again. And they did. 2 blocked field goals at the end, and Iowa is saved from some serious embarrassment. That's not the only Big Ten team that had a scare on this day. The Senator went in against the midshipmen, and Navy gave Ohio State everything it wanted and a little bit more. We'll show you how that thing came out in the waning moments. And here is the Heisman Trophy winner, Sam Bradford, getting set to lead Oklahoma in against BYU in Jerry Mahal. 7 o'clock Eastern time. And Nick Saban leading Alabama on ABC in a top 10 matchup. Alabama and Virginia Tech coming up at 8 Eastern time.
Papa John wants everybody to know why our pizza's better.
Better ingredients, better pizza is not a slogan. It is a way of life.
So he's bringing it right to him.
Papa's in the house.
Introducing Papa John's new Cinnapie. Our fresh dough loaded with sweet cinnamon topping. Get one free when you buy a large 2-topping pizza, just $11.99.
What do you think of the fresh dough Cinnapie?
A Cinnapie free.
Better ingredients, better pizza, Papa John's.
ESPN Game Plan on DirecTV offers the most college football anywhere all season long. Get up to 12 games every Saturday, including key matchups and rivalries from top conferences that aren't available in your local market. Order now and you'll be all set for a full season of great college football with ESPN Game Plan from DirecTV. Order now for only 3 payments of $44.99 each. Tune to Channel 109 to order with your remote. Call 1-800-GET-SPORTS or visit DirecTV.com/gameplan. College football lives here.
All right, who's ready for the new NFL Sunday Ticket?
Red, all HD, hot route.
Translation, only DirecTV gives you every NFL game in HD.
PC, Matt, mobile, blue gesture.
That means you can watch all games live on your cell phone or laptop no matter where you are. Just add NFL Sunday Ticket and Superfan to experience football nirvana.
18, chatterbox left.
Not funny.
I thought it was funny.
It's not.
Shut up.
Get our preseason price. Call 1-800-GET-SPORTS.
Hey,
Ben Roethlisberger.
Those Nike Air Marauder Ds you got there let you show your team colors. They're also lightweight and help you be agile. Which is crucial when you're moving around in the pocket. Got it?
Yeah, man.
The Nike Air Marauder D cleats only at Dick's Sporting Goods. Better athlete, better team.
Get more from Dr. Lou is brought to you by Dr. Pepper. Dr. Pepper. Drink it slow. Doctor's orders.
Service Academy hadn't been in Ohio Stadium since 1931. Navy taking on Terrell Pryor in Ohio State. Terrell sending a little shout out to the return of Mike Vick. He also said, got to respect the midshipmen. They protect and serve our country. Pryor going in for the touchdown. It looked as if Ohio State had it well in hand. They were up 29-14. This is after Navy had stopped Ohio State on 4th down. And Ricky Dobbs finds Marcus Curry, third longest play in Navy history, Mark.
A terrific job by Ricky Dobbs of putting the ball exactly where it has to be, hitting Marcus Curry on stride, and he takes it in for the score.
Pryor threw an interception, and then Dobbs follows his man off that option look and scores. 83 yards rushing. It's a 2-point game. They go for 2, Lou, but they throw the ball, didn't run the option.
Didn't run the option. Not only that, they threw the ball from a passing formation. They had no threat of the option, but let's give Ohio State credit. They made the big play when they had to, but what a valiant effort by the Naval Academy.
Navy stood in there all day. Navy got a lot of pressure on the quarterbacks, too, at times. They did a good job against the running game. Navy set for another good season. Akron and Penn State. Joe Paterno back on the sideline, coaching from that vantage point for the first time in 11 months. Here is Darryl Clark to Derek Moy. Now, Penn State they're having to replace like 466 catches from all of the guys who graduated a year ago. They lost over 6,100 yards. A couple of guys stepped up. You saw Moy. Here's Chaz Powell, another guy who did. Penn State was up 14-0. And then some trickeration, too.
Well, they run a fake punt here, and they get in 37-yard gain, but they weren't trying to run up the score. What they did, they said to everybody else that we play the rest of the year, you cannot rush the punter without protecting against the fake.
Clark finds Moy again. Moy had a 100-yard receiving day, 138 to be precise. Clark threw for 353 and 3 touchdowns. Ouch. He's off to a great start. Penn State 31-7. He is a candidate for a late helmet sticker on College Football Final. Carson Wicks should be too. A 59-yard field goal, Purdue record at the horn of the first half, making 31-14 at the break. And boy, Purdue got a great day from Ralph Bolden. Over 200 yards rushing on the day. And then a little pass and catch for the touchdown. And going into the end zone and making Danny Hope a winner in his debut as the Purdue head coach. All right, we're working our way just a little less than 5 minutes away from BYU and Oklahoma. What am I looking for tonight, Sooners? The Sooners have some problems, at least in terms of replacing personnel on offense.
They definitely do. They're replacing 4 out of their 5 offensive linemen, and their wonderful All-American tight end, Jermaine Griffin, will not be playing in this game. Last year, remember, he had 66 catches for 14 touchdowns. That was Sam Bradford's security blanket. I want to see how this up-tempo offense of Oklahoma that led the nation in scoring with 51 points per game performs their first time out of the blocks with a new offensive line and a new tight end.
Yeah, Jermaine Gresham with that knee injury, and Brody Eldridge, who had played some tight end, has moved in to play some center. They said earlier he was going to carry both the number 50 and number 83 jerseys to Dallas with him. So you see, a little two-way player, 2 places on the line, which I know you did in your day.
See, offensive linemen aren't that dumb.
See, how about this? We've worked together so long now. We've been doing this almost a decade. I know the stories. They should have passed you the ball.
Yes, they should.
In this game, how are we going to get more, Dr. Lou, from the BYU Oklahoma game?
I sit here between you two, and I just marvel how y'all come so far with so little. But the main thing you're trying to think of as a football coach is let's not make all the mistakes I see in first game. You don't know how your team's going to react, particularly with so many new offensive linemen, etc. But what you have to do is just say, let's go out, let's play our game, let's find out where we are, and go from there. You cannot evaluate a football team based on one game. But you look here, the main thing that Oklahoma's done is they've protected the ball. They had 22 fumbles in 06, only 2 last year. They were plus 23 in turnovers gained, which was #1 in the country. I don't think they can do that again. But they do have great skilled people, great running backs. But the main thing is how's the team going to play in the first game? And I got to tell you, I have no idea. Ask Ohio State.
Ohio State thought they had that game put away a couple of times and did not. It would be prudent for Oklahoma to take care of the football against BYU. The Cougars recovered 21 fumbles last season to be able to have their advantage in the turnover game as well. Let's get you up to date on a game going on right now. A team that some believe could contend for the ACC title. North Carolina opening with a bit of a scrimmage. The Citadel. TJ Yates finding John White in the middle of the end zone. And North Carolina is cruising in the early going. They're up 10-0 as they play early on in Chapel Hill to get the season started. Oklahoma State and Georgia. It is 24-10 inside, 2 minutes to go in Stillwater. Georgia marched the ball down the field with their opening possession, and they haven't done much at all on offense since that point. Oklahoma State, this was a prove it and a statement game for the Cowboys, and it looks as if they're going to be able to make that statement. And a pretty good day so far in the early going for the Big 12. Oklahoma State looking good. Missouri looked great against Illinois.
But also a great effort by the Oklahoma State defense. But I tell you, I thought Georgia did an awful good job against a very explosive offense. Holding Zach Robinson 135 yards passing, and Kendall Hunter only 75 yards rushing. I mean, that's a good day by their defense, but their offense is definitely lacking big play people.
All right, William and Mary and Virginia. It's a 7-7 game. Greg Brandon is running the offense now for the Cavaliers, going to more of a spread look. But Bill and Mary hanging in there.
It's a big game for El Gro. He's got a little hot seat down there, Virginia. He needs to turn it on. They better come from behind or the tied score and win this game, Coach. You coached at William & Mary.
Oh, I coached at William & Mary, and I tell you, you get after those in-state schools. You talk about a hot seat. That thing sucker's on fire. I want to tell you that I talked to some Virginia alums, but that's not fair. El Gro's a good person.
Dabo Swinney, full-time now. Head coach at Clemson, took over in the middle of the season last year for Tommy Bowden and Dabo's team up on Middle Tennessee, 13-7. Tony Franklin, by the way, the offensive coordinator at Middle Tennessee now. Kyle Parker, the standout baseball player who won the starting quarterback job for Clemson, off to a little bit of a sketchy start, just hitting 2 of his first 9 passes with 9 yards to his credit so far in the passing game. We'll keep you up to date on all of the highlights. BYU, Oklahoma, we've talked about it some. What's the number one thing you're looking for tonight in this game?
Is how well Oklahoma can protect the passer and run the ball. I think their defense is going to be outstanding because BYU does have problems in the offensive line. But how does Bradford get protection?
And I like Oklahoma's defense, the way that they fly to the ball. Keep an eye on Gerald McCoy, defensive tackle, 6.5 sacks last year. He's going to put pressure on Max Hall.
With only one returning starter for BYU on the O-line, and he has a broken hand. BYU and Oklahoma ready to go at it right now.
This is Dick's Sporting Goods Kickoff Week.
A hot, humid night in Arlington, Texas. The first college game in the palace that is the new Cowboy Stadium. And the faithful have been outside for hours in the crimson and cream of Oklahoma or the dark blue and white of Brigham Young. For the Sooners, their Heisman Trophy winning quarterback leads his team out for the first time in 2009. Inside, it's a top 20 battle set in prime time. For number 20 BYU and number 3 OU, there's no holding back. Time to lay it on the line. Their moment is now.
It's time to blow it up, time to lock and load, time to take the field, time to start the show. This is our moment. This is our time. And we ain't holding back, we're laying it on the line. This is our destiny. It's our night to shine. This is our moment. This is our
Welcome to the opener of ESPN College Football Primetime, presented by Hampton Hotels. We're in Arlington, Texas for the inaugural Dick's Sporting Goods Cowboys Classic, and our matchup as the Sooners start to take the field, the number 3 team in the country, against the 20th ranked Cougars of BYU.
Welcome to Arlington, everybody. You want electricity? We've got it already. I'm Brad Nessler with Todd Blackledge. When last we saw Oklahoma, they were the Big 12 champs, but they came up short in the BCS title game to the Florida Gators. And, partner, a lot of people think that if they make the trip back through this spectacular stadium the first week of December, they can maybe get back to that game.
I was down the field watching him run out of the tunnel, and I'll tell you what, you're not going to see a better-looking football team anywhere this season. Got a lot of pieces to the puzzle, none more important than their junior quarterback, Sam Bradford, who passed on the NFL, decided to come back and lead the Sooners. All he did last year was direct this offense to a mind-boggling 99 touchdowns. He's very accurate as a passer, much more athletic than people give him credit for. And everybody around him now thinks he's even better as a quarterback this year. I'm kind of excited to see what does he do for an encore in 2009.
Well, it's not like BYU has got a slouch at quarterback in Max Hall. They got a veteran signal caller in their own right.
Yeah, he's a senior. This is his third year as starter. The key for BYU is quite simple. They must protect Max Hall. If they give him some time, he is very efficient with the football, and he'll get something done.
Well, for the third time in this opening weekend of 4 games, we've got a matchup of top 20s. If you can't play in the shadow of Y Mountain, you bring the Y flag with you. The Cougars and the Sooners coming up from Texas in a minute.
Andre Johnson?
Hey, guys. To carry your squad, you've got to have great hands. And these Nike Vapor Trail gloves are lightweight and sticky enough to catch absolutely anything. It's ridiculous. Who wants a hoagie? And don't forget to stay hydrated. See you on the field.
Nike Vapor Trail gloves at Dick's Sporting Goods. Better athlete, better team.
This Labor Day, come into any Chick-fil-A from 10:30 a.m. to close wearing your favorite sports team logo and get a free chicken sandwich. It's a light.
Thanks.
You're welcome.
For great taste and fewer calories, make it Mike's. Mike's Light Hard Lemonade.
Welcome back to the Dick's Sporting Goods Cowboys Classic presented by Hampton Hotels. On this opening weekend, as a show of sportsmanship, there's the mass handshake between the Cougars and the Sooners. And Heather Cox, who joins us, asked Bob Stoops about that earlier this week. He said, you know, there's people out there that have a better look at the big picture than I do. I think referring to the fact that maybe a lot of coaches wouldn't do that if they had their druthers. But on this opening weekend, a good show of sportsmanship between the Big 12 and the Mountain West. Speaking of Heather Cox, she joined us on the sideline. Heather.
And Brad, the big news out of Oklahoma is their All-American tight end Jermaine Gresham out indefinitely with torn cartilage in that right knee. Doctors will reevaluate on Monday whether or not he needs surgery. But BYU hasn't escaped the injury bug. Their O-line is decimated. Only 7 available tonight, including Matt Reynolds, who's recovering from surgery on a broken left hand. He will play, but will do so wearing a molded rubber cast. And running back Harvey Unga is hoping his bad luck improves today. He was out in June with the swine flu, lost 20 pounds while fighting that virus, only to return to the field and injure his hamstring last week. He told me he's untested, unproven, and guys, he looked very tender during warm-ups.
Yeah, they really need him, and he's a good one with back-to-back 1,000-yard seasons for Bronco Mendenhall in his 5th year. This is a team that's won 32 games in the last 3 seasons. So they're a very tough opponent for Oklahoma to open up with. Bob Stoops in his 11th year. He's 9-1 in season openers. He's won 109 games. The Big 12 Coach of the Year, and he's got a national championship to his credit. BYU won the toss. They deferred. So that means that Mitch Payne will start to tee it up for the Cougars of BYU. Dominique Franks and Ryan Broyles will stand on the other end deep for the Sooners. This place is packed. We're going to guess 80,000. We'll know a little bit later. And here we go. The kick will go to the 10 to Broyles. And he got up to about the 25, and that's where Sam Bradford and Oklahoma will go to work. Here's the man. New haircut. Kind of got the Todd Blackledge haircut, which I like.
He got bigger guns, though. That was one of the things he said he wanted to do when he came back, was to get a little bigger, a little stronger, and it was very evident when I was with him in Norman on Thursday. He is bigger and stronger, and the ball comes out of his hands a little quicker than it did a year ago. So anxious to see this year's version of Sam.
Sam in the gun on first down from the 25. And immediately we have whistles. That's not the way you want to start with flags on the field. And it's a false start
on the offense
against the Sooners.
5 yards. First down.
Brian Simmons, the left guard. As Bob Stoops looks up there, a lot of people talking about the front wall in front of Sam Bradford and the fact that they lost 4 very good football players to graduation. They've had to fill some holes, no doubt about it. And now they'll start first and 15 with Bradford under center. Chris Brown on a counter, and he got about 3, and that's 6. Jordan Pendleton made the stop as you check the Oklahoma starting offense on the top of your screen.
You know, so much is made about the offensive line of Oklahoma, but it's not like they're young, just out of high school kids. They're new starters, but there's 2 fourth-year guys, 2 fifth-year guys.
Here they are on the quick snap. Bradford's throw is complete. He's got it down to the 30. Adron Chanel, who they expect big things from, and he's a big target, 6'4", 200-pounder.
We're going to see both of these teams trying to play up-tempo. Very few times will they get in a huddle. Doesn't mean that they go in a quick count every time, but they always have that option of going quick. And here you see Sam Bradford got him lined up quickly and then look to the sideline for a change of play. But they always have that threat of going right away on your defense.
Oklahoma was great on third down last year, 51%. They've got their first one of 09, 3rd and 5.
Right tackle move. That's 2 false start penalties in the first series for Oklahoma.
That's Corey Brandon.
Prior to the snap, false start on the offense, number 70.
They got one from the left guard and one from the right tackle.
The only returning starter is Trent Williams, who's left tackle. Now, he was the right tackle a year ago. They moved him to the left side, and he is an outstanding player. Again, these other guys are not young guys, but they are new to starting experience.
Well, if you want to pick up your first 3rd down of the year, you might as well earn it on a 3rd and 10. And Bradford comes up to talk to his lineman and not drops back in the gun. Here comes a blitz. Bradford hangs in, and we got another penalty.
False start on the offense, number 70. Penalty, 3rd down.
It's loud in here, but it shouldn't be that bad.
No, that's nerves, not noise. That's all that is.
Bradford's got plenty of time. Deep out, in and out of the hands of his intended receiver, Fennell. And so Oklahoma is going to have to give it up. Bronco Mendenhall's going, well, that's a good way for my defense to start, but he was helped by the penalty situation on the Sooners.
I'm sure he'll take it any way he can get it, though, tonight. I mean, if you can slow this team down and make this guy actually get his uniform a little sweaty, then you've done something on defense.
Redshirted last year, so this is his first kick since high school officially, when he averaged a little over 38 a punt. McKay Jacobson is back deep for the Cougars. End over end. And it's going to be great field position for BYU to start. They're going to be near their own 44-yard line. 37-yard punt. Max Hall says, I'll take this. The 43 or the 44.
You know, the thing that I want to watch with Max Hall tonight, I mean, he's had great numbers in his career, but last year he did not play well in their biggest games.
Right.
I think he tried to make too many plays, tried to press a little bit too much. He needs to relax and trust his teammates and let the game unfold for him a little bit. I'm anxious to see his demeanor and his presence here to start the football game.
Manasseh Tonga is behind him, so that means Harvey Unga is not going to start the ball game, as Heather said, with that gimpy hamstring. First down, and it is Tonga. He's hit in the backfield. Jeremy Beal with nice penetration, and it's a loss of 1. BYU offensively, you look at the top of the screen, and you talk about replacing offensive linemen. They got the same problem OU has.
Well, their problem is worse because they lost guys to injury. I mean, they lost guys to graduation, and then the guys that they were replacing them with, they lost a couple of them to injury. So they're down to their third group instead of their second group in some cases.
DeLuigi is in there now as a tailback in the eye. Hall, play action, throw is complete out to about the 48-yard line to McKay Jacobson. And he's going to be the guy that he'll look for now because, remember, they got to replace an All-American in Austin Collie. And this guy hadn't played in 2 years. Yeah. He's been on a mission.
He was in Japan, but very much like Austin Collie. Speedy, not as big as Collie, but very fast, very precise route runner, and came back off his mission in tremendous shape, ready to step right in and play.
He's a local product, too, from right here at South Lake High School in Texas. South Lake Carroll. Third down at 4. BYU is 56%, second best in the country last year in these third down conversions, and they've got one here. Complete to O'Neal Chambers. And the Cougars are in OU territory. On a 3rd and 4, they got 12.
The key for BYU's third down success is getting in 3rd and short or 3rd and medium, and that's what they had. Now watch this front 5. They do a nice job of protecting Max Hall. He doesn't hold on to the ball very long, but they did a nice job of keeping him comfortable, and the nice underneath throw for the first down.
As you see, the Cougars up to the line in a hurry, too, at the 39-yard line. Brian Correa joins the backfield for the first time behind Hall. He's going to get the call, and he got a big hole off the left side. Nice blocking on that left side by BYU to move the pile, and they got 6 yards. There's Harvey Unga. Back-to-back 1,000-yard seasons.
And Heather was right on that because he did not look right in pregame warm-ups. He was trying to get it loose, trying to stretch, did not look comfortable, and this is a good move by Bronco Mendenhall and the offensive staff to not put a guy out there that you don't think is ready to go 100%, because you better have everybody on the field tonight going 100%.
Now it's Hall in the shotgun on 2nd and 5, just inside the Sooner 35. Hall, a quick throw outside and a little bit behind his intended receiver, Dennis Pitta, the tight end, who's one of the best in the country.
Pitta fell down also. He was a little slip coming out of his break. As you mentioned, the ball was a little bit behind, but I think the slip kind of affected the play as well.
Even with Jermaine Gresham out of the lineup, arguably the best tight end in the country for Oklahoma, you got number 32, who maybe is the best tight end in the country, and Dennis Pitta, who caught over 1,000 yards with the passes last year. Here's what I was talking about, their third down conversion, and that's remarkable. And Todd said you got to keep it in this 3rd and 4 or shorter. That helps the cause. 2 tight ends in there right now. Correa. Bulls forward. Wow.
You know why 3rd and 4, 3rd and 5, 3rd and 3 is so important, Brad, is because it gives you the option of still having a run threat. When you get a little bit more than that, the run is not even a threat. They go 2 tight ends. Oklahoma is still thinking pass, and they run right at the heart of this Oklahoma defense for a first down.
BYU only averaged about 134 yards on the ground per game last year because for the most part they are a throwing team, but right now they're doing it both through the air and on the ground. And they've got the OU defense a little bit on its heels. First down, Cougars at the Sooner 28-yard line. This time nothing doing. Oklahoma saw that one coming. Ryan Reynolds closed the door in a hurry. That fine linebacking core, as you take a look at some of the defenders in the starting lineup for Oklahoma, a lot of people think potentially this could be as good as Bob Stoops has had.
Well, particularly up front. I mean, their defensive front is outstanding, led by Gerald McCoy, number 93. I mean, he is one of the most disruptive defensive linemen that I've seen in a long time. And they've got depth. I mean, they've got backups that will play in this game that could be starters on many other teams in college football. So they've got depth up front and talent everywhere else.
Hall's got Pitta now on the slot right. His other tight end to the left. And he's going to throw a screen to DeLuigi. And he got it down inside the 25, pickup of 5. Travis Lewis made the stop defensively for Oklahoma.
The play was pretty well read by Oklahoma, particularly Austin English, who was rushing off the edge. Anytime those defensive linemen feel a free path to the quarterback, a light goes off for them, and they knew right away to turn and run for the screen. And stopped it from a first down.
Now their third down's a little bit longer. Third down at 6. Already in field goal range, but they want to keep the drive alive. 9th play of the drive, in fact. And Hall in the shotgun. Looking right all the way. Looking too long. Waiting too long. And he throws it away. And now we got a little bit of an altercation going on down at the 25-yard line. Well, I say Tonga's got his headgear off.
Well, Max Hall was looking to get rid of this ball quicker on 3rd and 6. It wasn't there. There was a pressure, a little game on the inside, and Oklahoma's coaches and players were calling for an intentional grounding. He did not get out of the tackle box, and I'm not sure the ball even crossed the line of scrimmage.
I think it was a couple yards short.
Yeah, and you got to do both. You got to get outside the tackle box, and you got to throw the ball past the line of scrimmage or have a receiver in the area. I don't think any of those three were in effect.
Mitch Payne will try a 41-yard field goal. And I think they whistled it dead before he got the kick away.
Yeah.
And now it's going to have to be from 46, which is his career long. So a wasted opportunity there by wasting too much time. And now Payne steps back to the spot where he's hit his longest field goal. He was 10 out of 14 last year.
You know, he made 7 in a row to finish the regular season, and then in the bowl game against Arizona, he missed 3. So, you know, kickers psychologically a very important chance for him to get off to a good start here.
Let's see if they can hit from 46. This one is no good. So that penalty cost him 3 points. The Oklahoma fans are happy. BYU had a good thing going, and they came up empty. No score in Arlington.
This is Mark. This is Mark's family.
Yes.
This is Mark's job.
Corn goes in one end and profit comes out the other. Weird, right?
This is Mark's other job.
Would you be willing to wear a wire?
Good morning, Liz Taylor, secretary.
You don't really need to narrate the tapes for us.
This is one hilarious movie.
Mark Whitaker, Agent 0014. Why 0014? Because I'm twice as smart as 007.
The Informant, rated R. In theaters everywhere, September 18th.
At some restaurants, when you get boneless wings, what you're really paying for is a whole lot of flair.
Who's hungry?
Now get all the flavor for just $3.99 with Wendy's new boneless wings. Tender, juicy chicken in buffalo or barbecue sauce.
It's way better than fast food. It's Wendy's.
Scientific tests prove when you drink Dr. Pepper slow, 23 flavors taste even better. For me, slow always produces a hit. Step aside for a minute. Check this out. Slower is better. Trust me. Doctor.
Miami's Wildcat offense just kicked the Pats where it hurts, and you missed the game because of what? Because you have cable? Don't be that guy. Just get DirecTV. It's the only way to watch any game you want, no matter where you live.
Call 1-800-DIRECTV.
We all need people who will be there for us in life. People who say, we're with you, no matter what. At Wachovia and Wells Fargo, we're with you. When a house turns into a home.
Excuse me, Rufus.
When a passion becomes a career. When a relationship turns into a lifetime. And when times are tough, but life presses on. We're with you when you need someone to stand by you. Wachovia, Wells Fargo, and you. Together, we'll go far.
Coaching legend Bobby Bowden leads the Noles against the Canes in the finale of kickoff week. ESPN College Football Primetime, Miami, Florida State. Monday at 8 Eastern. College football lives here.
College football in high definition is presented by Vizio.
Welcome back to the Dick's Sporting Goods Cowboys Classic, presented by Hampton Hotels. No score between BYU and Oklahoma. 8:34 remaining. Joe Castiglione, the athletic director at Oklahoma, accepting a check in honor of Sam Bradford, who won the Davey O'Brien Award to go to that foundation. Todd, you won that back in the day.
Yeah, sure did.
The first winner was Jim McMahon the year before you, when he finished third in the Heisman balloting. DeMarco Murray. This is what Oklahoma has, despite the fact that flags fly again. There's been some chippiness out there, and this one's coming way away from the football, the penalty marker. I think the officials want to nip it right now in the bud a little bit.
After the play was over, personal foul, unnecessary roughness on the offense, number 76. 15 yards, second down.
Jarvis Jones, the right guard.
Well, every penalty on Oklahoma so far in the game has been against these new offensive linemen. A couple of false starts, and Jarvis Jones, the transfer from LSU, a little extra effort at the end of the play on that one. So really the biggest thing for them right now, they just have to settle down. They have to settle down and play football, concentrate on the snap count, and just execute their offense.
That's their fourth penalty. And now they find themselves in long yardage again, second down and 16. Bradford taking his time. Matt Clapp's in there now. It's a fullback shaded to the left as they toss it to DeMarco Murray, and virtually the same play, and this time he didn't get nearly as much as Brett Denny knocked him off his feet. We check in for the first time tonight with Reese Davis. Reese.
All right, Brad, since you guys are keeping an eye on Oklahoma, I figured I'd better let everybody know what Texas is up to. Opening against Louisiana Monroe after a turnover. Unreal McGee trying to get the corner for the Longhorns, stopped just short of the goal line, but Cody Johnson would not be stopped. He would score shortly thereafter, and Texas has jumped on top of UL Monroe 7-0, still very early in the first.
So far, it's been a pretty good day for the Big 12. Not so great for some of the other conferences around the country. Bradford deep in the middle and in and out of the hands of Tennell.
And we talked about third down. Both these teams last year over 50%. The difference so far in this game, both of Oklahoma's third down plays have been 3rd and 15. BYU, on the other hand, 3rd and very manageable yardage situations. I mean, that's hard.
Todd, how many times do you think we said 3 and out back-to-back times for Oklahoma last year? Not very often. Tressway, his first punt was 37 yards. That's McKay Jacobson. He was an excellent return man a couple of years ago when he played. First time he touched one, he took it for a touchdown. This is a better kick, but it should be returnable. Oh, he bobbled it. And Oklahoma's got it. Brandon Caleb on top of the football.
Not a very good decision by Jacobson. He had to run a long way to field that kick. He wasn't underneath it in time, and again, you mentioned he's from South Lake Carroll. He's got a lot of family and friends here. He wants to make a play. Probably should have just gotten away from that one.
And Oklahoma's never been afraid to use some of their frontline players on special teams, and Caleb's one of them. And he covered it down at the 35-yard line. And Bradford brings the Sooners offense back out with a golden opportunity now here midway through the first quarter. And you wonder if they might not try some sudden impact here after the turnover on the punt return. Nope, they'll keep it on the ground. And it's Chris Brown. And Brown, nice carry for about 5.
I like the idea of running the football some now because of those offensive linemen. Let them get settled. Let them get hit in the face a couple times and get that energy out of them so they're ready to just play.
Chris Brown and DeMarco Murray both over 1,000 yards last year. Here's Brown again, and he's got a first down. Still going down to the 20-yard line.
Last year, one of the things that Oklahoma did better than anybody in college football was the turnover margin. They were plus 23. They only turned it over themselves 11 times. And normally when they got a turnover from their defense, they converted it into points and quick touchdowns. And right now they are charging.
Usually took them about 1 minute and 36 seconds to get it in the end zone after a turnover. They've got a first down, their first of the game, right at the 20-yard line of BYU. This time, Jeremy Calhoun, a redshirt freshman out of Ben Wheeler, Texas, gets the carry.
Kevin Wilson, the offensive coordinator, again, I think doing a smart thing right here, getting those offensive linemen into the ball game, coming off the ball hard, putting their nose on people.
This time they do snap it quickly. Here's flags down in the vicinity of A holding would be the 5th penalty against Oklahoma if that's the case.
Holding on the offense, number 34. 10-yard penalty. Second down.
Scott Novak's our referee. They are Big 12 officials here in Arlington with us tonight.
Well, Matt Clapp coming right at you. The fullback, number 34, is the guy guilty of the hold. There it was, a little takedown.
Yeah. And Matt's an all Big 12 fullback. He's got all Big 12 hair, too.
That's like WWF hair.
That is.
You know, that's all a lot of things. This kind of hair.
They back it up to second down and 17.
Bradford's out wide now. This is kind of the Wildcat formation for Oklahoma.
They're going to hand it off on the inside to Ryan Broyles, trying to turn the corner and hurdles one man. He gets back close to the original line of scrimmage. Andrew Rich, one of the guys that helped on the tackle. For the second time tonight, we've seen a helmet come off. That might be Bauman, the captain of the defense, the linebacker. It's hard to see his number right now, but I think it's Matt Bauman. We've got a timeout. 5:28 remaining in the first quarter. Oklahoma driving, but they got a long third down when we come back.
Whoa! Namdi Asamoah. Man, it is scorching in here.
Come on in here, man. It feels good.
Look, if you want to be a beast, you got to stay cool in the heat of the moment. Try this. It's cold. You ready? Let's go.
Nike Pro Hypercool apparel at Dick's Sporting Goods. Better athlete, better team.
Going to the game this weekend, Jim?
Well, Jerry, for more on that, let's throw it over to the Hampton Hotel where my wife Tracy is checked in. Trace, what's the mood over there?
In a word, Jim, electric. Comfy beds, complimentary hot breakfast, and friendly service.
Trace, what's that noise I hear?
Wow, I wish you listened this well at home, Jim.
She's kidding.
I'm not. It's college football, honey.
Well, there you have it, folks. And Trace, I'll see you in a few hours. Back to you, Jerry.
Thank you.
All right.
It's Applebee's 2 for $20, the one deal in the neighborhood where you get real food. Featuring a half rack of our new double glazed baby back ribs with your choice of sauces. Get one full-size appetizer and 2 real entrees for just $20. It's 2 for $20, only at Applebee's.
There for you and life's daily miracles.
Who's the best? This guy is.
With Margaritaville's Tailgating Grill, you don't have to wait for the big game to enjoy big-time fun. Woo! Just swing the arm and fire up the instant ignition with a powerful head.